sister went to look at it for me and
Jason!
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. It's been so long.
It has. Yeah.
Wow. I'm excited. How have you
It's
been?
been like 4 weeks.
I know. Hopefully people are
And
thirsty.
I have to say, next week is the Festival of Booths, and the week after that is still the Festival of Booths. And so we're gonna have to skip those 2 weeks.
Okay.
You
I don't have to.
you don't have to, I have to.
Can you do it from your booth? Do you set a booth? With the leafy branches, you gather them and build a hut?
I haven't done the booth thing in years.
What's the Hebrew word for that? I forgot.
Sukkah.
Here. That's it. Have you done it before, though? You've actually set the booth?
I mean, when I was, for the 10 years I was religiously observant, I used to do everything.
Really? So how would you do that? You would, like, actually go out and get sticks? Really? No freaking way.
I mean, most
Where
people
do you do?
buy. Well, okay, so most people buy pre-made Sukkot because you can make. Well, okay, so there are various opinions. The strictest opinion, the opinion of the Chazon Ish, is that even the walls have to be made of things that aren't actual building materials. So if you buy a Chazon Ish sukkah, I mean, we can look at them.
Sure, let's do it. It's not like a yurt. You can't just buy a yurt.
So
Set that up.
this is Eichler's, which is one of the. Is it up? Did I put it up?
No.
I'll put it up. There. So this is Eichler's, which is one of. It's kind of like the Jewish Amazon, in kind of. And so let's see what they have for Sukkah. For Sukkot, they have lulav and etrog sets starting at only $60. That's pretty cheap right there. Starting
Yeah.
at only $60.
What? I kind of want one of these. So what is you? It just kind of assembles like a tent and you sleep in
No,
there?
no. This is just the lulav and etrog. So it says in the Bible. Let us pull up the Bible.
Not in my Bible. No, I'm just kidding.
Pre-Etz Hadar. No, not the book Pre-Etz Hadar. Come on. I want to look up Pre-Etz Hadar, just the actual concept, guys. Come on. No. You can't just pull up the book for me. Okay, search for Pre-Etz Hadar. There we go. Really? These people are gonna kill me. These people are actually gonna kill me.
I hope not.
Vayikra. Why is this not? Okay. Let's see. Vayikra. Vayikra is Leviticus. Is Vayikra? No, Vayikra is Leviticus. Vayikra. Is this? Yes, Vayikra.
Festival of Booths.
Okay. Vayikra. But it says Vayikra 30. Okay. I am going to have to cheat. Fruit of a beautiful tree.
Beautiful trees. Where is that? I thought it would be Leviticus. Yeah, Leviticus 23:40.
23:40. There we go.
How did I
Okay.
open it to that? It must be the Lord.
The Lord. Oh, we should probably say a prayer.
We should.
should
You want me to do it or?
Yes, we should pretend we believe in God. Go ahead, pray.
All right. Father, we come before you right now. As thank you for this time we get to spend looking at your scriptures, and I ask that you give us wisdom and you lead us in guidance for what you want us to look at and what you want said here today. And I ask that you help us to speak truth and to understand truth. In your name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Yes, Hadar means beautiful. Usually that's how it's translated. Okay. V'lakachta lachem bayom harishon pre-etz Hadar, which for some reason Sefaria couldn't find in the Bible. Kapot tamarim v'anaf etz avot v'arvei nachal usmachtem lifnei Hashem Elokechem shivat yamim. And you shall take for yourself on the first day the fruit of the tree Hadar, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick-leaved trees, and willows of the brook. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days. So these are what are referred to as the 4 species, the Arba Minim, which on the first day, according to the Torah, we bring together and shake, and the rabbinic mitzvah is to do it every day of Sukkot. And so the 4 species are pre-etz Hadar, tree, fruit of a tree that is Hadar. And the Talmud explains Hadar means, Dar means to reside. And so it says, Mazeh Ma Priyetz Hadar, Hadar B'chol Hashana, which is a fruit that stays on the tree for the entire year. And that is the citron, or in Hebrew, etrog. And it looks kind of like a lemon, but it's not a lemon. The second thing is branches of palm trees, and that's the lulav itself, which is a branch of a palm tree. Anaf etz avot, which is the myrtle, I believe. No. Yes. Anaf etz avot is the myrtle, and arvei nahal is the willow. And so, when you buy a basic lulav and etrog set, right? So
Yeah.
the citron is the yellow thing, and the long thing is the lulav, which is the palm branch. And then the leaves are, so you can buy an extra set of hadassim, which are the myrtles, and an extra set of the aravot, because over the 7 days, those are the ones that are most likely to wilt.
Gotcha. So you just hang them up with these things? What do you?
So here, let me pull up. This is one of my favorite videos. Hoshana Rabbah Breslov.
Well, I like Broderick's question. Why is it translated beautiful if it means to stay on the tree all year?
Well, I mean, that's a whatchamacallit. That's a. So this is one of my favorite videos. Well, Hadar means whatchamacallit, means beautiful, but the Talmud is making kind of almost a pun, saying Hadar, that lives. It's not what the actual meaning of the words are.
Like, so kind of saying like the tree that's green all year, something like that.
No, it means that an etrog will not. Well, I don't know if this is actually true, but an etrog supposedly, if you leave it on the tree, it will continue to grow all year long.
Oh, huh. Is there, so with this pun that they're making, is there a relationship to Rachel? Because it calls her beautiful. I think it also calls Joseph beautiful as well. Is that same
I'm
word?
not sure that. Yeah, the only other place I can think of the word hadar is used as beautiful is in relation to a beard.
Oh, huh. That's interesting.
Yeah.
A nice long beard that never ceases to grow.
Yeah, fraud. That's. I mean, there is that. Yeah. I mean, you could say. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a thing. It's a drosh. It's a drosh. It's a drosh. Just don't take it too far. It's a drosh. That's all it is. It's a drosh.
So what is one of your favorite videos?
So Hoshana Rabbah is a minor holiday in during the Festival of Booths, and since it's not a major holiday, they can do the videos. They don't have to. It's not prohibited to have a video, and so all of these people are actually going to say Hallel, which we do the entirety of the Festival of Booths with their lulav and etrog. And Hallel, I mean, if you speed through it, you could probably say it in 5 minutes. Most people generally take about 20 minutes to say Hallel. These people took almost 2 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, but they enjoyed it, and I love it.
Nice. Yeah, it's
So,
great.
and Hoshana Rabbah. So the word Hosanna in Hebrew comes from Hoshana.
Okay, yeah.
And on Hoshana Rabbah, you go around the bima. I mean, in the temple, they would go around the altar 7 times. So, I mean, we can watch some of this.
מתחילים את ההלל טוב.
So he's going to
ברוך אתה
say the
אדוני,
bracha on.
אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר כי תשענו במצוותיו, וציוונו לגמור את ההלל.
So that's the bracha on the Hallel. And everybody else is now saying the bracha as well.
Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Avdei Adonai, Hallelujah, Shem Adonai, Yehi Shem Adonai Nevoah, Me'ata Adonai, Milach Shem Adnevo, Behulal Shem Adonai, Ramal Kol Goyim Adonai, על השמיים כבודו, בית אדוני אלוהינו, המגביהים
So they're dancing around with the lulav and etrog around. I have this at 1.5 speed. What'd you say?
This is awesome. This is great.
Yeah, Breslov Hasidim, they
לעולם חסדו, הודו לאדוני כי טוב, כי לעולם חסדו. אוי איי איי דיידם איי די דיגדים איי איי, אוי דרדיידם, אוי אוי, איי דרדיידם דיגדים אוי אוי.
He just said diggity.
Oy, oy.
what?
It sounded like he just said diggity.
He did, well, they're chanting and stuff. They're,
I know.
yeah.
I like it.
Oy, oy, didam, oy, ay, 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 didam, oy, 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 ay, 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 oy, oy, oy,
Better open up the mosh pit.
What'd you say?
I said they're gonna open up a mosh pit here. This is great, man. This looks like so much fun.
You gotta
This
love
looks like a lot
Breslov
of-
Hasidim.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they took an hour and a half. Most people take, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes,
Well, if
at
a
most
party
an
breaks out,
hour. What?
I mean, well, if a party breaks out like that, I mean, of course it's gonna take longer with all that dancing. That looks fun. It
So-
does. It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, so that's people with their lulav and etrog. So that's what you're seeing is being sold here.
Nice.
And honestly, some people like etrogs go for 500, some for like a lot more than that. The really nice ones.
Oh, that's cool. Forgot.
There
I
are
wish you
people
did.
who spend thousands of dollars on their etrog sets. So that's their etrogs. Now, as far as sukkahs, let's see. So this is a prefab sukkah, and it doesn't have the top, right? So most people say that you can have the outside be made out of anything. So most sukkahs will have metal and canvas around.
Yeah.
And then the question becomes, and of course, there are people with pop-up sukkahs, there are people who put sukkahs in the back of their cars, all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And then you have to, let's see, And then the question becomes the schach. And schach is what you put on top.
Okay.
Now, most people say that weaving a bamboo together, because bamboo isn't actually real building material. You can weave bamboo together and turn it into a sort of mat. And so people will use bamboo mats as a thing. And this is a Mahadran bamboo mat, which means they took extra care to make sure that it's tied together with reeds. And so it's not been overly processed, because if it's so the rule of schach is you can't use something that's been processed enough to make it a actual building material.
Mm-hmm.
So like everybody agrees 2x4s are out. Sticks, okay, but like how, like, yeah, a stick, if you just cut off a stick, that's fine, or a branch of something, that's fine. But like, and
So
how strict you are depends on how strict you are.
So if you don't use sticks, how is the tent like held up? What supports it?
Oh no. Okay, so you have to differentiate between what's the covering and what's
Okay.
what the walls are made out of. Some people will not use building materials to make the walls. That's very, very hardcore. Only the Chazon Ish, who was a very well-respected rabbi, was strict enough that he's like, no building materials. And so they will make the walls even out of sticks, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So they'll only use like bamboo poles, and then they will use like the bamboo mats to make the walls and stuff. And you only need 2.5 walls, although most people do 3 or 4 walls. But then the question becomes the roof. And the roof, everybody agrees that the majority of the roof can't be actual building materials.
Mm-hmm.
But how strict you are on that depends on. So Rabbi Breitowitz actually recently, let me see if I can pull up that video where he was asked about this.
While you're doing that, miss you too, Hezi. It's good to see you in the chat. Hope you're
Chezi,
doing well.
who let Chezi on my channel?
I don't know. Should I post the
Oh, the
link
link.
in there?
Yeah.
All right,
Why
let
didn't
me
we
do
do
that.
that? That was
Yeah,
pretty
we're just-
silly of me.
It's all right. We're all over the place.
It's
been a day.
All over the place. Where was Rabbi Breidowitz's Q&A where he was talking about schach? I think this is the one.
This is really cool. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Haha, here it is. So somebody asked Rabbi Breidowitz a question about. So schach is the roof of the booth.
If you're not familiar with the Chazon Ish, and you don't use zip ties to hold down your scarf, could a person stretch out their scarf so that it's taut, and then use screws to not hold the scarf down, but like just prevent it from like going back in so it stays taut?
Yeah. So again, this is a bit of a complicated question. We know that sechach you cannot use for sechach. Well, metal you can't use for anything that doesn't grow from the ground, right? So that's why you can't use metals rods for sechach and the like. Now, this is a davar pashut. You cannot use for sechach something that doesn't grow from the ground. In addition, not only can you not use it for sechach, but you cannot use it to support or hold the schach down. That's called a maimed, right? So you couldn't, let's say, you couldn't nail down schach with screws or with nails and the like. That's called a maimed b'davar shemakabel tuma. Now, all of that is pashut. Everybody agrees to that. The question is, the Chazon Ish has a special chumrah that even if any part of the sukkah has metal, we apply it to a maimed. So that would mean even if there's a nail connecting two walls, since those walls are holding up the schach, we treat it as a maimed, right? Even a maimed of a maimed of a maimed of a maimed. So a Chazon Ish sukkah does not use any metal in it whatsoever. It's a very, very big chumrah and the like. But the issue of the zip ties, I don't know why you have to bring in the Chazon Ish. The zip tie is a plastic tie that directly ties down sechach. So even without the Chazon Ish, you're going to have a problem whether the zip tie is a maimed of the schach. So the question you're asking is, if I stretch my sechach, my mat or whatever, you're talking about a mat, I guess. I stretch it very, very taut. And then I'm tying it down with a zip tie so it shouldn't just go in. Is that considered to be maimed my sechach with a davar that's not gedulei karka, namely the plastic? The short answer is yes, you have a real problem. I'll give you a way that you can use the zip tie, but the way you're proposing it would not be sufficient, because even if the maimed is just preventing the schach from coming in, that would still be called a maimed. Now, there are two things that you can do, although it may be a speculation. You may not be able to figure this out. And that is, if the sechach is capable of remaining in place under normal wind conditions, so even without the zip tie, it would remain where it is. And you're using the zip tie only to prevent extraordinary wind from moving the schach, the zip ties would be kosher. That would not be called a maimed. Now, I don't know if you could figure that out, but you can use the maimed of the zip tie if the schach could be omed bifnei atzmo in a ruach mitzuya. If it could not be omed bifnei atzmo beruach mitzuya, then it has a din of a maimed. That's one thing. One thing you can do. Another thing you can do is you could create the sechach as the sandwich between two boards. So here's what you do. You take a board, not a board, a beam, not that's narrower than 4 tefachim. You take a beam, you put it at the edge of the sukkah, you put it under the schach, and then you put another beam on top of the sechach. So the sechach is sandwiched between two beams at the end. Now that itself may be enough to help you, but you could then tie the two beams with a zip tie or a rope or twine. So you're not tying the sechach. The sechach is being held in place by the wood, which is kosher actually, right?
So he actually seems to be saying a 2x4 isn't that bad. I was Chazi says, don't even get started with Levut. Yeah, so like you see, like what is a kosher sukkah? Like
Yeah.
Jews spend hours and hours and hours and hours arguing about how you make a kosher sukkah. And there's a whole tractate of the Talmud called Sukkah, and that's where Rabbinic Judaism derives pie from, because how do you make a kosher round sukkah? You obviously you have to know what the value of pi is.
What? That's crazy.
Like, yeah. We're giving you Bible, Chizzy. We're giving you Bible.
This isn't the Bible. It's in Leviticus. What is it 23:40?
Exactly, Chizzy. Why are you being so horrible? Oops.
I had a question. I was listening to the Bible actually on audio on my drive back
How dare
home
you?
today, and is that best that friend? Oh, they there was something I can't even remember what chapter it was, but it's something that's kind of intrigued me, and it'll say like this phrase according to the shekel of the sanctuary.
Right.
So what does that mean exactly? Does that mean because everybody's bringing in their tithes, that kind of sets the value for things?
No. So there were different shekels. So shekel literally means weight.
Okay. Yeah, but so the weight of the sanctuary then, how is that
No.
determined?
No. So there was, I mean, there were different weights that people would use, and the Bible, I think it refers to 2 different shekels. So let's ask Rabbi Wikipedia.
Rabbi Wikipedia. We could, if Hezi wants, we could read Ecclesiastes. I still haven't finished it this week. I'm behind.
How dare you not finish?
I know. God will smite me. I'm at chapter 7, and I keep trying to start, and then as soon as I start reading, like something will happen, or my phone will ring, or something. And
So according to Rabbi Wikipedia, shekel is an ancient Mesopotamian coin, usually of silver. A shekel was first a unit of weight, roughly 11 grams, and became currency in ancient Tyre and ancient Carthage, and then in ancient Israel under the Maccabees. The word shekel is based on the Semitic word verbal roots for weighing, shin kuf lamed, cognate to the Akkadian shiklu or siklu, a unit of weight equivalent to the Sumerian gin, I guess. Use of the word was first attested in 2150 BC, during the Akkadian Empire under the reign of Naram Sin, and later circa 1700 BC in the Code of Hammurabi. The Shin Kuf Lamed root is found in the Hebrew word to weigh, weight, mishkal, and consideration, shikul. It is cognate to the Aramaic root, taf kuf lamed. Sorry, I had to grab my kitty. And the Arabic, I don't know what they're. Oh, pekel? I think that's a pay. I think that's a pay in Arabic. I don't know. Oh, tekel.
Arabic is so pretty.
In words such as fikal, fakil, and mithkal or mithkal. The famous writing on the wall in biblical book of Daniel includes a cryptic use of the word in Aramaic, mene tekel ufarsim. The word
That's
shekel, yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's in one of our songs. We use that line. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It is famous.
The term shekel has been used for a unit of weight around 9.6 or 9.8 grams, used in Bronze Age Europe for balance weights or fragments of bronze.
So why did it switch from silver to bronze? Just because of the time, I guess?
I guess.
Wait, where did it say that? Where it was bronze?
Bronze Age Europe for balance.
Oh, Bronze Age Europe. Okay.
Exodus 30:24 notes that the measurement of the ingredients of the holy anointing oil were to be calculated using the shekel of the sanctuary. See also Exodus 38:24 through 26, or similarly at Numbers 3:47 for payment for the redemption of 273 firstborn males, and at Numbers 7:12 through 88. Numbers 7 has 88 verses. Wow. That doesn't
Yes,
make
that is
sense.
probably honestly, honest to God, that is probably my least favorite chapter in the entire Bible. But for that reason, I feel like I have to read it out loud every time. I don't know why. I try to read it out loud anyway, but every time I come to that one, it just repeats
Okay.
the same thing over and over. It's like for every tribe, it repeats the exact
Oh,
same words. You know what I'm
that's
talking about?
those I believe that's the reading for Hanukkah.
Oh, okay.
We read those during the week of Hanukkah. We read that part of it.
Ah.
For the offering of the leaders of the tribes of Israel, suggesting that there were other common measures of a shekel in use, or at least that the temple authorities defined a standard for the shekel to be used for temple purposes. According to Jewish law, whenever a census of the Jewish people was to be conducted, every person that was counted was required to pay the half shekel for his atonement. The Aramaic tekel, similar to the word Hebrew shekel, used in Belshazzar's feast during the feast of Belshazzar, according to the book of Daniel, and defined as wade, shares a common root with the word shekel and may even additionally attest to its original usage as a weight. So there you go.
Nice. Okay, I think I understand a little more.
So
All right. Cool. Fraudwith says that's the one with all the repetitions. Yes, it is. It sure is. The end of it, like every time I read it, you get to the last few verses, and the last few verses are really, really good. I mean, they're all good, I'm sure, but I'm just like, I say it over and over and over.
yeah, it is.
Numbers is great.
It's one of my 5 favorite books of Moses.
Mine too. Do you have a favorite of the 5?
Deuteronomy.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's cool. Do you have a
definitely
favorite
Deuteronomy.
verse?
What?
Do you have a favorite verse?
Favorite verse? I don't know if I can say I have a favorite verse, but like Deuteronomy 30 has definitely been very instrumental in my life.
That's cool. Can we do that one? What is this?
We
The
could.
blessings.
Well,
Do you want to share any about that?
Sure. Let's do Deuteronomy 30.
I mean, do you want to share why it's been so impactful, or no? Is that
Well, yeah. I mean, so Deuteronomy 30. Deuteronomy 30, starting at 15, 14. Ki karov alecha hadavar me'od beficha uvilvavecha la'asoto. Because it is very close to you, the thing. It is in your mouth and in your heart to do it. Behold, Natati lefanecha hayom et hachayim et hatov. I have given to you
life and death? Choose life.
but where was the part where it says that you should say who would go up to heaven?
Oh, that's 11. Verse
That's
11.
11. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's where I wanted to start. Okay, 11. Ki hamitzvah hazot, for this commandment, asher anochi metzavecha, which I command you hayom, today, lo nifleet hi, it is not wondrous, it is not hidden, mimecha, from you, velo rechoka hi, and it is not far away, Lo b'shamayim hi, it is not in the heavens. Le'emor mi ya'aleh lanu hashamayma, who will go up for us to the heavens. Ve'yikacheha lanu, and shall bring it for us. Ve'yashmi'enu otah v'nasena, and shall make us hear it so that we would be able to do it. V'lo me'ever layam, and it is he, and it is not across the sea. Le'amor mi ya'avor lanu, to say who will pass over it. El ever hayam, to the other side of the sea. V'yikacheha lanu, and bring it for us. V'yashmi'enu otah, and make us listen to it. V'nasena, so that we may do it. Ki karov alecha hadavar me'od, because the thing is very close to you. Beficha ulvalecha la'asoto, in your mouth and in your heart to do it. So sometimes when I think it is beyond me, I often turn back to this verse and say, but it has been it is very close to me.
It's great. I really like that. Thanks for sharing.
And I like the rest of it too. Like I have said before you, life and death, and choose life, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was thinking of that part.
In thy mouth and in thy heart. Yeah, does this verse 2 shall no, not go over the sea, sorry. I think verse 12, it would be the one above that. Where it says, who shall go into heaven? Is this, do people connect this to Proverbs 30, where it says, chapter 4, it says, who has ascended to heaven or descended? Who has gathered the wind in his fist? Who has bound the waters in a garment? Who has established the ends of the earth?
30, verse 4, you said?
Verse 4, yeah.
Mi Allah shamayim. It's the exact same wording. V'yered, who has gone up to the heavens and come back. Mi asaf ruach b'chofnav, who gathered the winds in his fists. Chofnav. Mi tarar mayim besimlah, who gathered water with a cloak. Mi hakim kol afse aretz, ma shamo uma shem beno kiteda. What is his name and what is the name of his son that you know?
So mysterious. What is it?
Yeah.
I love when the Bible just asks questions like that and then answer them. Like,
Kol imrat Eloah tzerufa, magenhu lachosim bo. Every word of God is proven. Tzerufa is proven.
mine says pure, but I don't know what yours.
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I would probably actually spell translate it as smelted. It is a shield to those who put their trust in them.
Oh,
Wow. Do not add to his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar.
good stuff.
Yeah. Amarti v'chovzi kol adam kozer. I said in my chovzi, in my vanity, all men lie. It is not in heaven has a story associated with it that makes my head spin. My sons have defeated me. Oh, lo b'shamayim hi, and yeah, nitzchuni banai. I don't like that translation, even though it is a normal translation of they have defeated me. Nitzchuni banai can also be translated as they have made me eternal. And that's the way I prefer it. Have you met my kitty, Shadow?
I think you're after this almost every time. I have, but not today. So it's good to meet him again.
Her. Shadow
Her
is
again.
very
Sorry.
offended at the fact you misgender.
Sorry.
How can you misgender my kitty?
I didn't know her pronouns. My gosh.
How do you not
Sorry.
know my kitty's pronouns? What kind of a person are you, Jason?
I should have remembered that.
You should
I
have.
remembered. I'm sorry. So here's a question for you. If you, Mitch asked me this once, if you had to pick, I think he said 5. He might have said 3 though. We can go with
Mhm.
5. If you could only pick 5 books of the Bible, which ones would you choose? Like the 5, I guess not necessarily your favorite, but like the you think are the most important or for
Ooh.
learning or things like that. It's a
Okay.
tough question.
No, if you're gonna say 5, then it's got to be the 5 books of Moses.
You think so?
You're asking a Jew. You can't. Yeah. If there's 5, it has to be the 5 books of Moses.
All right.
Yeah, like that number is like. I mean, if you
Has-
say 7, then maybe after the 5
Okay,
books, I have 2
What's
more
your
I can
what's
choose.
your extra? Yeah. What's the extra 2?
So that's difficult because obviously there's Psalms, and Psalms is incredibly important. I personally have an extra affinity for Jonah.
So what is
And
that one?
Jonah?
Oh, Jonah. Okay, sorry. It glitched right as you said that. So
And Jonah is okay. He says maybe for the sake of the question, consider Moses one book. And will you read Jonah tomorrow on Yom Kippur?
that's tomorrow. No way.
Yom Kippur starts tomorrow evening. Yeah.
Oh, good luck. Say goodbye to water. Or do you do that? No water.
I am going to not comment on that question.
Okay. All right. Because is that for the priests only? Are they like the
No,
ones that are required?
no. All Jews are supposed to fast the entirety
Gotcha.
of Yom Kippur.
It is
Whether or
hot.
not I have
How
been
long?
fasting, I will. Let's put it this way: whether or not I have been fasting depends on what else I have been doing on that day. So, yeah.
I gotcha.
What I was saying about the books. I mean, yeah, Proverbs. The thing with Job is it's so important.
Yeah.
But it's not one of my favorite books, and frankly, it's so long. It's not one of my favorites.
My favorite. It's
I
weird.
mean,
it feels,
if
it
you
feels
call the
theologically important.
Treyasar, what?
I don't know. It feels theologically important to me because it kind of deals with.
Exactly.
It deals with so much stuff: pride and humility, karma, like all these different ideas to kind of.
Right. Theologically, it's incredibly important. What was I gonna say?
Sorry, I interrupted you.
You're horrible. You made me forget. I was gonna
You
say
said
something.
you said Jonah. You said the Psalms are important. You said Job. Someone rewind. Someone that's watching, rewind a little bit so you can tell us what he was about to say.
I was gonna mention something about a book of the Bible, and now I'm forgetting. I mean, Song of Songs. Again, it's like, yeah. I mean, any of the 5 scrolls, because they are the 5 scrolls. like
What is the 5 scrolls listed as? The Psalms, Proverbs, Job, Song of
no, the 5 scrolls are the Song of Songs. The 5 scrolls are the ones that are read during the year liturgically. So they are Ecclesiastes, Ruth, Esther, Proverbs, and I always get the 5 scrolls wrong. 5 scrolls.
Yeah, I don't know.
Eicha, duh. Okay, so they are Song of Songs, the Book of Ruth, the Book of Lamentations, the Ecclesiastes, and the Book of Esther.
I think
and
I could go with those, weirdly. But I'm not a Jew.
and then you have to consider there are some people who are of the opinion that it is better to read the Haftarahs, which is, so you have the Torah readings, right? And then you have the Haftarah, which is the reading not from the Torah. And there are some people who believe that you should read the Haftarah from a scroll. You shouldn't read it from a book. And those people will have a scroll of Isaiah because Isaiah has most of the Haftarahs in it. And so they will read the Haftarahs all out of Isaiah. So that already puts Isaiah in a different level than most other books of the Bible. So yeah. I mean, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say the Treyasar. If the minor prophets were considered one book, that would be one of my favorites.
Just gotta cram all of them. So you got Moses, you got the scrolls. You just put them all in categories so you can pick them all.
Sure. So one book is the 5 scrolls. One book is the 5 books of Moses. One book is the minor prophets. And then I get 2 more.
Yeah, the epistles. Of course you want the epistles. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Good joke.
Yeah. That's definitely. What would I do without the epistles of Paul?
Yeah, I will say the epistles were, I think, overly emphasized maybe in the churches I grew up. I don't remember hearing a lot of sermons when I was younger from the Gospels even. Yeah, or it's probably just the denomination I was in. It was focused a lot
from
around
a very dispensational Baptist background, don't you?
No, not Baptist. It was not. It was called non-denomination, but it was basically.
So Baptist.
No, it was so you know with the Word of Faith movement. That okay, so it started I think with Kenneth Hagin, and then from them you have the other preachers that are like health, wealth, and prosperity gospel people like Kenneth Copeland.
Yum.
Those people, yeah, kind of came out of it. Kenneth Hagin actually, if you listen to his sermons. Kenneth Hagin Sr., not the one there's now. I haven't really heard much. I mean, I can't comment on Kenneth Hagin Jr., but Sr., I mean, there's probably a lot of stuff you disagree with, but from listening to him, he did have great love and respect for the Bible, not the New Testament, but the Old Testament too. And a lot of his stuff seemed very solid to me. I think people just took, how people do that? They'll take certain things from that one person said and just kind of run away with it, and
he was a Baptist.
Where we are.
I said it.
Yep, he was. Yeah,
Baptist.
But I wasn't. I didn't grow up Baptist. He said, to quote, I think, he was given the left foot of fellowship from the Baptist, which was his way of saying he got the boot. He got kicked out. Because I think the reason he said was because he still believed in. Well, I mean, he was basically healed off his deathbed as a child, I think they told him he was going to die, and then he just said there was one verse he repeats over and over. He basically took one verse out of I think it was Mark, that says, whatever you ask of God and believe.
For
you shall
verily I
have
say
it."
unto you, that whosoever shall say
Yep,
unto this
that's it.
mountain, Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. So,
Yes. So if you listen to his story, it's actually very, very endearing and very I don't know, it's a really great story. Like, he talks about being on his deathbed and he read that verse. Like, he said he couldn't even function really. Like, sometimes people would have to turn the page for him because he just was so ill. I can't remember what he had. And then he
he was
read that verse.
paralyzed, it says.
Yeah, and so he saw that verse and he was like, wait, so actually it gave him hope. And so then he basically just believed against all odds and God healed him miraculously. And then, but you can
I
see
doubt it was God.
where you think it was psychological. Could have been.
It might have been Satan.
What? Why do you say that?
So
You could.
there's a reason I pulled up this Twitter thing.
Okay.
So Paul Vanderklay talked about Bethel, and
Yeah,
I was
Bethel,
shocked to hear they had the chutzpah to pray for a child to be resurrected. So I posted,
You didn't know about that? See, I knew all of that when that was happening because that's like the circles, you know.
God
kind of
have
connected.
mercy on their souls.
Why
The absolute chutzpah to pray for a resurrection. Honestly, I don't understand how you can get so far from having a real relationship with God.
Well, why? What did Paul say? Yeah, let's see.
Paul said, they certainly got chutzpah, even if they struggle to spell it right.
Oh, that's clever.
And I responded, there is a famous story of a woman who takes her dead baby to the Buddha and asks for it to be resurrected. He tells her to come back with a mustard seed from a home where nobody has died. Better theology in Buddhism than Bethel.
Oh my gosh. I have heard that story before. That the Buddha said that. But why is that so? I mean, I get that you could say it's
chutzpah. It's to ask for the end of death. Like it's to be incredibly. It is to think of God as your personal servant without any consideration for the rest of the world and for God himself. It is the worst sort of idolatry. Like, if you are so incredibly grief-stricken that you pray for the resurrection of somebody who died in your life, that's one thing. Okay, fine. Like, that's you being grief-stricken and turning to God in your pain.
Mm-hmm.
To pray for the resurrection of someone else's baby, why her baby? Why not this other baby? Why not?
Bethel would say all babies if you'd ask him.
Yeah, okay, so pray for all the babies. So pray for all the babies. Great. But like specifically for like a particular baby, like
well, you got to start somewhere, right?
No, because again, if you're praying that all babies do not die, you're praying for the coming of the Messiah, which is fine, which is good, which is what we do. But like, you have to recognize that you're then like, it has to be bigger than your individual. So I've told this story a billion times, but I'm probably going to tell it again because I love this story. Stop me if you've heard it before. Actually, don't, because you have heard it before. So the Maggid of Mizrich, who was the main student of the Baal Shem Tov had 3 students, one of whom was Reb Baruch of Medishbush, who I believe was the brother-in-law of the Baal Shem Tov, or one of them. He was related to the Baal Shem Tov somehow. And Reb Baruch was a very stern person and famously very, very rich. And he was known for having a temper. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, he had the nickname Ohev Israel, the one who loves Israel. And he's wrote a book, Kedushat Levi, which is still very popular. It is a commentary on the 5 books of Moses. And he was known as a very kindly soul. And a third student, the youngest of the students, was the founder of the Chabad Hasidic dynasty, which is Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. And one day, the 3 of them were walking down the road in the morning, and they came upon a poor farmer who was wearing his prayer shawl and phylacteries in the morning, and he was carrying. He had in one hand his prayer book, and he was saying his prayers, and with the other hand he was shoveling muck. And Rabbi Reb Baruch of Medishbush got incredibly angry. And he said, if I were God, I would strike the man down where he is, so that he would recognize the importance of the prayers and the prayer shawl and phylacteries and his prayer book, and he would not profane them in this way, shoveling muck when he should be saying his prayers. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, the Berdichever, became very sad. And he said, if I were God, I would make the man fabulously wealthy. And so he would be able to sit every morning in the synagogue and say his prayers with pure devotion towards God and not be bothered with such work as shoveling muck while he was trying to say his prayers. And the youngest student traditionally speaks last. And so the Alter Rebbe, the first Rebbe of Chabad, Rabbi Shneur Zalman, said, if I were God, the world would be exactly the way it is.
Yep. I like that story. I absolutely love that story. But is there...
Yeah.
That's such a good story. I don't know. Yeah. Is there anything in Judaism where people pray for miracles and resurrection or things like that, or is it just kind of take it as it comes and give thanks?
Look, praying for things, you can pray for things, but generally it is forbidden to pray for miracles.
So how do you approach like the works that Jesus did and everything? Is that like just strange to Judaism? Or?
I mean, there have always been miracle workers in Judaism. The Baal Shem Tov was himself a miracle worker. And frankly, the stories of the miracles around various rabbis, Ein somchen al hanes, ein lismoach al hanes. You cannot rely upon a miracle. What?
Oh, so I was just gonna say. I mean, I agree with that. It's interesting to me is I've had this talk with Cal, I've said before too, and I'm like, the miracles, I don't think, gosh, I mean, I believe in all of them and I would pray for them all the time, but they're not what I think we necessarily, I don't even know how to describe them. They're not really what we rely upon. And it's weird because they're not really that compelling. I don't find them, like, it's weird how they fade. Like God could work a miracle in your life and that become less impactful over time than that God's speaking to you when you like just out walking and you see this beautiful tree or something. And it's just this moment, like you'll remember that tree more than you remember a miracle that God does for you. Is
Right.
because it's these turning points in your life that I think where got you, where you remember more so than the miracle. I think the miracle can be that turning point for a lot of people, though. But I don't know.
I mean, ultimately, your relationship with God has to be a humbling one, and so Deuteronomy 6:16. I'm not sure which one.
I get it.
But
it's your favorite book. I'm just
kidding. It is, and I'm a huge fan of Deuteronomy 6. I have 6:4 through 9 memorized. I could.
You shall not tempt the Lord your God.
Yeah.
So asking, like, yeah, kind of comparing it to asking for bread. I mean, this is, it's interesting to me because this is kind of the tension I've experienced in churches and stuff too. Is especially with that word of faith movement, is God is easily made into like a candy machine, and it's like, hey, let's ask him for this. Like, he'll give me this, he'll give me that. But there's still the idea, like, well, if you don't ask, like, you might as well ask. But then there's also, you go even further, then they'll say, it's if you can find it in the Bible. This is what they will say is if you find it in the Bible as something God promised you, then you stand on it. Like, and it's actually like it's not even just asking at that point. It's like this is a gift from God. Like it's not only like he promised it to me or something like that.
So I'll tell you.
Face you're making.
I'll tell you 2 more stories.
Yeah.
A few years ago in Israel, there was a baby who was sick, and it became a cause célèbre. And lots of people, so it is Jewish tradition to say Tehillim, to recite Psalms, in the hope that people will be healed. And there were all kinds of people, like it became a cause célèbre in Israel for people to gather and say Tehillim for this child to be healed, and like thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people were praying for this child to be healed.
Like at Bethel, sort of. I don't know. Go ahead.
There's a qualitative difference between praying for healing and praying for resurrection.
Continue, yeah.
But
people.
The child died.
Yeah.
And there was a newspaper, a news channel reporter who was a horrible person. And as the father was walking out of the hospital, decides to go ask a cruel question. It says, what happened to your faith in God now that all these people prayed and God didn't answer your prayers? And he turned to the reporter and he said, no is also an answer.
That's great. Yeah. And so, like, yeah, honestly, I actually listened to a little bit, didn't follow closely at all. Like I said, I kind of heard it through the grapevine when all it was happening. But I did hear Johnson say, like, he got up and made an announcement. It was kind of something similar, too, when the child wasn't resurrected, when they prayed for it. And he said, well, this is just, you still go on with God. This doesn't mean that God's not real. So I don't know. A lot of times I feel like, I don't know. I don't know them personally. I do get it. It looks awful when you make a church looks awful and things like that. But it seemed like their heart was probably right, and it was probably a grieving family and a grieving mother. That was, I don't know. I don't think they were doing
Okay,
it for
but what
show.
about everybody else who wasn't like the Buddha telling her, "Go bring me a mustard seed from a family that doesn't like at least have the wisdom of the Buddha."
Yeah,
Like supposedly, like you're Christians, you have the entirety of the Hebrew Bible. You
yeah.
should have better theology than the Buddhists.
Well, it is. I mean, it is weird because, like, I mean, I've prayed for, gosh, not a lot, maybe 3 people to be raised from the dead.
You're
One
a
of them,
silly man.
only one of them felt like compelling. Like, it was weird. There was actually a baby I prayed for who the parent actually, it was an infant, and I think the baby was outside playing, and the dad got to leave and ran it over with a car. And it was strange. I felt almost no emotion, nothing when praying for it. Then, when my dog died, when it's someone close, when it was like my best friend at that time, like I didn't have even a thought to pray for her to come back for the dead. It was like, I'll see you later. Like, I'm sure, like I pray and hope we'll meet again someday, but so it's kind of weird. I don't know how to judge those things. But the one that was compelling, I remember, it was a son who had drowned, and my friend just called me up, who I had literally like just met. He's a good friend now, but he was like, "Hey, this kid drowned. Do you want to pray for me to be resurrected?" I was like, "Sure." And so we actually went to the morgue and prayed over his body. And that one, like, I'm still to this day more shocked that he didn't come back from the dead. It's really strange. I don't like it was just a weird experience. And still my heart just breaks for his mom most of all. And it kind of reminds me of where I think Jesus is there's a story of Jesus doing the same thing, where like old widow's coming out and her son is being carried out, and he's the grief of the mother. And I think it says something like, because, or it seems like implied, because he sees the grieving widow is the reason he brings back the son, or something like that. I don't know. It didn't work for me. I wish it would have, for the mom's sake and the kid's brother too, because that was just, but
You haven't resurrected the dead, Jason. What kind of
I
faithless?
don't know, what am I doing?
You're not really Christian.
Yeah, but my friend, Evie, he was there. It was me, Evie, and Brandon, and like maybe 2 other people, and like I could tell you the whole story. It was just weird, but I maybe shouldn't go into it all. But I was still like, I remember at one point I was like, I started to get scared, because I was like, this kid is getting ready to open his eyes, and I'm just gonna. And Evie said the same thing. She was like scared this kid was gonna open her eyes, because she knew she was just gonna be like, shit, like, and just yell it really loud, because we were all gonna be so freaked out. Still surprised, just because all the prayers, everything in the room just felt, it was just a weird, different presence. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe you could say I'm too emotional or too spiritual. I don't know, but it was. I had something else with me my whole life, but he didn't come back from the dead. But still with God, sometimes God says no. It's good.
Sometimes Dad says no.
What does that mean?
The other story I was going to tell. Elie Wiesel apparently put this in one of his stories about the Holocaust. And I've heard it so many times, I'm not sure if it's a true story or not, but it certainly could be. So supposedly somebody in one of the concentration camps during the Holocaust went up to some rabbis and said, "I want to bring God to a din Torah, to a rabbinic court." So they convened a rabbinic court, and he brought all of his tainas, all of his claims against God. And he showed from the various verses all of the things that God owes and God should do. And the rabbinic court deliberated, and they found God chayav. They found God guilty. He owes the things that he owes. And they adjourned and went and said their afternoon prayers.
It's a great story. I don't know what to do with that yet, but that's a great story. Wow.
Yeah, that's how a rabbinic court works.
Yeah.
Are you still planning on coming to the Israel trip? I don't know if I'm going to go to
Yes.
the Israel trip.
I would like to. I just wasn't sure when it was, but
Yeah,
still
nobody's
like-
sure when it is. Supposedly,
Yeah.
it's going to be the weekend of March 8th. Although I am not making any announcements because no
Yeah.
announcements have been made, and supposedly they're working on it. Even though, like, for months I've been telling Mo, "Okay, when are you going to announce it? When are you going to start selling tickets?" And he's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, next week. And I told him, nobody's going to buy tickets in December for an international thing in March. And he's
Yeah.
like, nobody's waiting in December. Wait. My guess right now is tickets are going to go on sale in January, hopefully. Whatever.
Okay.
I give up.
Yeah.
I give up. It is not. And frankly, if they only have like 200 people going, I'm not going. I'm not
You're
going.
not See,
You're not making
okay.
me, Jason. You're not.
All right,
making-
fine. Go. Hezi, I'm assuming you'll be in Israel because that's where you live. I was planning on, because when it was in February, I'm supposed to go with my sister at some point next year to Uganda to make a connection there for her ministry. And then I was talking about it with her because I was like, if we could plan on that, I could on my way back go to Israel. So at this point, since it's kind of unconfirmed, I just told her last time I spoke to her, I was like, I don't really know. I was like, maybe, if it doesn't get planned, I could still go to Israel, even if nobody goes, could still like go and then just do that on my way back from Uganda whenever she plans that. So Hezi, if you're there, it'd be cool to meet you in person at some point.
Honestly, my guess is that like John Vervaeke, Jonathan Pajot, and Paul Vanderklay are just going to be in Israel randomly. And there's going to be like 10 people who meet up at Chezi's aunt's house. And they're going to call that a smashing success.
I'm not going for Vervaeke and PVK and Peugeot. I'm going for Hezi. So whatever.
And hopefully Chezi's dad will be there.
Oh,
I keep on trying to get
I'm really
Chezi's
looking
dad
for.
on my channel, but Chezi doesn't like his father very much, so he's hiding it from him.
Sometimes dad says no, right there.
Yeah, but his dad's not saying no. The son is saying no.
That's true. That's true.
I think Chezi's dad would love this little corner, and Chezi knows his dad would love this little corner, but that's why Chezi doesn't want his dad to find out about this little corner because he's afraid his dad will become the next Jordan Peterson, and Chezi's just too greedy.
He's too greedy. The fame would destroy him.
Chezi just wants to keep his dad to himself.
There's so many interesting people should be in this little corner.
Chezi's dad is one of the preeminent Jewish psychologists in the world.
Yeah.
And like Chezi sees absolutely zero reason to publicize that.
He's not trying to puff his own self up as being his son. That's what it is. It's humility. We know it is.
Yeah, okay. Whatever. I'm glad I don't have
whatever.
any sons, because if I had any sons, they would probably be like Chazi.
They would shut you away. Get off your
Yes.
computer.
They would be like, Dad, get off the computer. Dad, why are you bothering with this online stuff?
It's the most important stuff, man. We talk about psychology, theology. I don't know, sir. Talk about cars. You know what? You're not Sherry?
Sherry,
Yeah, she should hop on here.
she should hop on here. Sherry,
Yeah.
Shadow wants to say hi.
I mean, I love these conversations. I was talking with my friend Abram today, and he was talking about his mom and their theological discussions and stuff like that. Because I mentioned a lot. Well, last night I actually got into a theological discussion with my mom and my sister, which my oldest sister Jessica, which made Abram say that, and I was like, it doesn't really bother me that much anymore, even if I have different viewpoints. I wouldn't necessarily say disagreements, but I just like talking about this stuff with anybody. It's just, I don't know, talking about God or anything like that. It's fun.
Sherry says, have you already finished the Bible study? There's no such thing as finishing a Bible study. Bible studies don't finish.
You could pick up what Hezi said, the Song of Moses, if you wanted. Is it? No, it's not the Song of Moses. It's Deuteronomy. Oh yeah, it is. The song. That's what it. Deuteronomy 32 was the. Could always look at that.
We could.
But
Sherry is sitting in her corner. Which corner?
What?
The corner in your room?
My corner.
Which corner? She says, hi, Shadow. Chezi tells us we need Torah.
Little
I
Jack
think I need
corner.
to cut Shadow's claws.
We need to read 32. Give ear, O heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth.
Ha'azinu
Words
hashamayim v'adabera. I even know those words in Hebrew.
Nice. Do you know the whole thing?
Not by heart. Dominic knows it by heart.
It's so good.
Where is it?
Deuteronomy 32. And you
32.
drink wine, the blood of the grapes.
Ha'azinu hashamayim v'adabera v'tishma ha'aretz imrefi. Ya'arof kamatar likhi tizal katal imrat kisirim. Al yideshe uchirvivim alei esev. Ki shem Hashem ekra habu godel lelokenu. Hatsur tamim po'alo ki chol derachav mishpat kel emuna ve'ein avel tzadik ve'yasharhu. Shichet lo banav amumam dor ikesh ufeltaltol. Hala Hashem tigmalu zot am naval v'lo chacham halohu avicha kanecha hu ascha v'chonenecha zachor yamot olam binu shenot dor vador sha'al avicha v'yagadcha zekenecha v'yamru lach v'hanchel el yon goyim v'hafrido b'nei adam yatzev gebulot amin למספר בני ישראל, כי חלק השם עמו, יעקב חבל נחלתו, ימצאהו בארץ מדבר, ובתוהו ילל ישימון יסובבנו, יבוננהו יצרנו כאישון עינו, כנשר יאיר קינו על גוזליו, ירחף, יפרוס כנפיו, ייקחהו, ישאהו על עברתו. השם בדר ינחנו ואין עמו אל נחר, ירכיבהו על במתי ארץ, ויאכל תנובות שדי, וינקהו דבש מסלע ושמן מחמיש צור חמאת בקר וחלב צאן עם חלב קרים ואלים בני בשן ועתודים עם חבל כליות חיטה ודם עיניו תשתה חמר. Okay, I'll let you translate.
I think I was actually kind of keeping up because I know certain words, only a few words. Like when you said midbar, I knew you were in verse 10. And then I was kind of following, but I don't know.
I got all the way up to verse 14.
All right.
Of course, I mean, if I wasn't being a silly man, I could have just pulled it up so you could have followed along.
Well, I was looking at that screen down
How's
there
your
to see if
Hebrew?
mine.
Yeah.
Not good. Not good.
Why
I
not
actually,
good?
well, so my sister got me this book years ago and to learn Hebrew, and I pulled it out last night actually, and I almost texted you a picture of it. But I opened it because I was like, I'll just start with the Hebrew letters and just kind of maybe I can start studying at night and try to do it. But it looks like it's like a textbook for a class. So like it's just like it's basically a workbook for a class, and so it'll be like
Okay.
translate this, and I'm like I've had nobody show me what this is, so I can't translate it. So it just kind of like without the teaching with it, I'm not sure what to do with it.
Have you tried that channel, Aleph with Beth?
I think I watched a little bit when you told me about it, but I'll have to start doing that some more. I'll have to go back to that. And I did scroll through your YouTube a little bit, but I had no idea where it would be located because I was going to look at your Jonah video that you mentioned multiple times because I thought maybe I can start there, but
Yeah, the Jonah playlist. So the first half hour of my Jonah 1 video is a complete it's a complete summation of all of Hebrew grammar. If you were to memorize that one half hour, you would know all of Hebrew grammar, basically, biblical
Nice.
Hebrew grammar. And
okay. And that's on a playlist. It's because I clicked on your playlist and I didn't see them for Jonah.
well, if you look on the first page, it's like on the first page of my here.
I'm gonna look
Shadow,
right now.
you are getting your claws clipped whether you like it or not. So
The
you
first
can try
page.
fighting all you want.
Oh, do you know what it is on? It's got to be on here. I was looking on my phone maybe, and it wasn't on here. Created playlist. There's Ecclesiastes. It looks like there's more on here than we're on.
There it
when I
is.
pulled it up on my
I mean,
phone.
I think it's so. Are you looking? Hold on.
Yeah, there's Jonah. 4 videos. Yeah, it's on there.
Yeah.
I can find it. I'll
Yeah.
find it. There we go.
It's right there.
There's homework. All right. Yeah, I've been staying up way too late at night, getting like 4 hours of sleep a night. But I'm like, I should learn a language then. Why not?
Especially when it's Hebrew.
I know. I want to learn Hindi, but just because I'm going back to
What
India,
are
I'll
you gonna
probably
do
keep
with
going
Hindi?
there. What?
What are you gonna do with Hindi? You can't even
Well,
read their Bible, and you
Yeah,
can't
well-
send to Hinduism. It's against your religion.
Well, because I go to India, so it'd be nice to know Hindi. That would be helpful for sure.
Yeah,
one
but
of
you
the
can't become a Hindu. It's against your religion.
Is it? Yeah, it definitely is. But they do have a Trinity.
Do they? Do
So-
they actually?
Yeah, they do actually. They have Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva.
Yeah, but a lot of people think that that's a Christian imposition upon.
Oh, really? I haven't heard that. I would have thought it was the other way around. Like when, whatever the
Thomas.
gospel. Yeah, Thomas and the gospel being preached. Like maybe that idea came from Hinduism. This Trinity.
I could believe that Trinity came from Hinduism, but a lot of Christians would probably disagree with that.
They would probably, yeah, I'm sure they would refute that. I was talking to 2 friends last Saturday, about this very thing, and we were talking about Shiva. You got it, Sherry?
Is it Sherry? I don't
Oh
see
yeah, we
anything.
should wait. Oh, we should wait.
We should.
All right. Gosh.
It
There she
could
is.
be. Is that
Here, I
Sherry?
got it.
That
I'll
is
add her.
good.
I'll add her. Don't do
You
it.
add her. Hello,
I got
Sherry.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
How are you?
You're in your bedroom.
I'm in my wool room.
Oh, your wool room, right?
Nice.
In
Oh, I
the
like that
wool room.
door.
Yeah.
Shadow is not happy with me cutting her claws.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be there.
But guess what? You're getting your claws cut anyway. How
So what are
are
you up to?
the puppies?
Oh, you're cutting her claws.
I am.
Here's one. Seda. Seda.
Oh, that is a pretty dog. So big.
Seda. Sure, sure.
Yeah, I love calling Hulk tiny because Hulk is only 200 pounds.
He's a big boy.
Yeah,
You want to
so
see Hulk?
sweet.
You want to see Hulk? I can call
I
him.
would love to see Hulk again.
I'll call him in.
Yeah, I love dogs so much.
Oh, her dogs are just Hulk is like this huge thing. He is so huge.
Say hi to Jacob. Say hi. Hulk's coming in. Hang on a second.
Nice.
Wait, where is he? Hulky, come. Hulk.
Don't open that door.
There,
Whoa.
There he is.
His face, right?
I
There's
love
a good
tiny
boy.
dogs.
Hey.
I love how chill they are.
Oh, Anatolian Shepherds, they're great dogs, and they will murder anything. That
What does that mean?
Yeah.
they're guard dogs.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
There you go.
I
Yeah,
love
it's a good
Anatolian
dog to
Shepherds.
cuddle with.
Hi.
Yeah.
He's my big boy. He's my big boy.
He's only 200 pounds. I mean, he's
Okay, now you
tiny.
gotta go back outside.
See, he probably likes it outside though, right?
Oh, we have some rivalry happening. All right, Hulky. Where's Seda? There she is. She's not keen on him being in here.
Oh,
Okay, it's time
Why
to go
not?
back outside now, Hulk. Mhm. Come on. Where'd you go? Come on. There you go.
yeah. Sherry's farm is like a little slice
There.
of heaven.
I bet. Sounds like it.
It was a lot of
It
fun
was
visiting.
fun having Jacob here.
And then I went over to her sister's, and
Yeah.
her sister's is
It
right.
was good.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
How's
Yeah.
how's your husband doing?
They were making a trip out there, and I thought, Jacob. Oh, he's finding it more and more difficult right now.
Mm.
It's getting more and more. His hip is getting more and more painful, and it's getting harder to get things done.
Oy.
So, whew, yeah, we're hoping this, before Christmas, something happens, but we'll see.
Is he gonna
We'll
get
see.
a hip
Right now, I'm
replacement?
getting a mitten.
Aha.
Yeah, well, that's what we're hoping.
Yeah.
Hoping.
When does it start
Hip replacement.
snowing up there?
Sometimes it doesn't start till shortly before Christmas. Sometimes it starts in October. Once it started in September. You never know.
It's cold up there in Kanekistan.
Yeah. It's actually pretty nice right now. It's not too bad, actually.
Kezi says hi,
Did I
Sherry.
interrupt? Were you guys doing the Hebrew Bible? Hi, Kezi. A stranger?
Not really. I was just
Were you
being
guys doing
silly.
the Hebrew Bible study?
As he wants some deep mystic Torah. You just read that last verse. Wine, the blood of the grapes. What is this connection between blood and wine? Give me the deep mystic
Where
Torah.
did you see blood and grapes?
Deuteronomy 32:14.
32:14. Chamat bakar v'chalav tzon, butter of kine. Okay, by kine, bakar is cattle, and chalav tzon, milk of sheep. Okay, in chalav karim, fat of lambs. Okay, karim are lambs. Okay, the elim bnei Bashan, and the rams of Bashan. Va'atudim, and goats. In chelev kilyot chita, with the fat of kidneys of wheat. Yeah, that's a weird thing. Kilyot chita. V'dam enav tishteh chamer. And yeah, the blood of grapes, you will drink wine. Interesting. So let's see what the commentaries. 100.
Oh, we gotta add that. This one. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Got it.
So let's see what all
It's
these.
like a theme throughout the whole Bible, and I don't think I can precisely connect it. It seems like a loose connection between the two, where you have like, because even when you get to the Book of Revelation and stuff, which I know isn't in the Hebrew Bible, but you have the harlot drinking wine, which it also talks about her drinking the blood of martyrs and things like that.
Aderet Eliyahu, I believe, is the Vilna Gaon. I may be wrong, but he says the blood of grapes you shall drink wine. These are the secrets of the Torah. A wine that has been kept in the anvav, in its grapes, umasha nigra v'dam yivayayin, and that it is called blood and wine, mipnei sheyesh shiv'im panim laTorah, because there are 70 faces to the Torah, keminyan yayin, like the gematria of the word wine is 70. V'chen yesh nun panim laTorah keminyan v'dam. And similarly, there are 50 faces to the Torah, like the gematria of the word blood, and the blood is 50. Anav v'chamar, grape and wine. Elu ma'aseh bereshit u'ma'aseh merkava. This is the acts of creation in Genesis and the chariot of Ezekiel. Anav, grape. Ze ma'aseh bereshit, kama shekatuv yain meshumar ba'anavav misheshet yemei bereshit. That is Genesis, like it says, wine that has been kept in its grapes from the 6 days of creation. I don't know where this comes from. V'chamar, and one of the ways of saying wine. Ze ma'aseh merkava ramach mitzvot aseh shehi shi'ur koma shel merkava. Because 248 is the number of positive commandments, and 248 is the same letters as chamar, which is one of the ways that wine is referred to here, which is the spine of Ezekiel's chariot. Va'al pi pshuto, and a more surface level reading, V'dam ana v'tishteh, that you shall drink the blood of grapes. Lashon nekeva nisteret, it is the language of the hidden feminine. Shekoi al haaretz, which refers to the land. She'amar lamala al bamate aretz, since it said previously upon the something of the land, bamate aretz.
Interesting. The language of the hidden feminine.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a connection with wine also in the Apocalypse too. I know, because with Noah and a new creation, like it's talking about with the creation of the world, there's some weird connection with wine and blood and grapes and all that stuff in vineyard, because Noah plants a vineyard after the Apocalypse, basically.
Yeah.
And these new beginnings, it seems to come up with that.
My mother is calling me almost at 10 at night. I will be back.
Better get that.
Yes.
Gotta answer mom's call.
Especially at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I hope everything's all right.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that wine blood connection has interested me for a long time now. I think The Green Knight actually helps me. That movie actually helps me understand it a little bit. Not that I have good understanding on it, but
What movie?
The Green Knight, with Dev Patel, is that his name? That came out a while back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with her monologue on the color green, and then she goes to the color red and all its mystic things. But I don't know, that's one thing, that when Jesus said that too, what stands out to me, because it's one of the mysteries on the rosary is like the wedding feast at Cana, and when Mary says to him they have no wine, and then Jesus says to her, woman, what does your concern have to do with me? And it always interests me that he says your concern. And then when Jacob said it's the hidden what was it, like the hidden language of the feminine or something like that, I was like, it's weird that Jesus says that to her about wine and blood, and because there's some strange connection with that and the apocalypse and the green.
Well, there's always a connection to there's always a connection to women in blood too.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. For sure. I'm not a woman though, so I just don't get it. But it is yeah, it's really interesting because it's just I don't know, it's that to me is like a really deep mystery that I don't think I have fully grasped yet. And it's one of those things like I don't think I
here's
necessarily should be able to fully grasp. But
here's something for you. I was watching I was rewatching a conversation that Jess and I had on the Job podcast. And in that conversation I quoted Meister Eckhart. And I can't find the quote anywhere. I'm gonna have to go back and just transcribe what I read, because I don't know where I read it from. But he says that there were two quotes. One of them was that God lays on the I don't know, I can't remember the exact wording, but something like God lays on the bed, the maternal bed of birthing, and gives birth to the creation without ceasing, something like that.
Whoa.
And then the second quote that I read was that he is the green god. God is the green god, Meister Eckhart
Oh,
says.
that's interesting.
And that he's constantly giving birth to, again, he reiterates that idea, not in the same words, but something about giving birth to the world. I don't know if you can find it, Jason. Like,
I was trying to Google it as you said it. It says,
The-
no, it's,
maybe God giving birth.
Ye- it gave me a verse from the Book of Kings because I put God lays on the maternal bed of birthing and gives birth as put, but I don't know. I don't see it as a quote. Let
No,
me see. This 9
just
birthing
put
rituals.
Meister Eckhart's name in there with it and see if it comes up. The Meister.
How do you spell his
What a
name?
Meister.
Okay.
Meister. And Eckhart is ECKHART.
Yeah, here it is. It says, "What does God do all day long? God gives birth. All eternity, God lies on a maternity bed giving birth."
There you go.
That's interesting. Yeah. Okay, let's see. This is
See if you
a
can
little
find
bit
the
more.
green god. The green god.
Quote. Okay. God is creating this whole universe full and entire from this present moment. Let me try Googling green god. Green god. Whoops. God is green. Your soul is untouched, its flesh unbound by its time, exclusively for God who is green and flowering with joy and all joy and power. Is that it?
Oh, that's a different one. But yeah. God is green. Isn't that awesome? I just love that.
Yeah.
Kind of like Kermit.
Like
It's
Kermit.
hard to be green. It's hard to be green, you know?
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, that movie, that whole The Green Knight is just incredibly fascinating. It's so mysterious. I think it's probably in my top 5 movies at this point. I've watched it at least
Well,
5 times.
That's the story of one of the knights of the Round Table, right? Sir, who was that? I'm still not very versed on that stuff.
Why can't I remember? Gosh, I'm drawing a blank right now.
Is it Parsifal?
Gawain.
No, it's
No,
not
Gawain.
Parsifal.
No, see,
Gawain,
that's what
Gawain.
interests me. It is, yes.
Gawain.
Yeah, but the whole story, the movie story, though, reminds me of the story of Percival. The way it's structured. And it honestly reminds me of Phantastes a lot, too. The way the movie's structured. Yeah, I don't know why. It just it has that whole vibe to it. I think my favorite scene though is when what is it? I can't remember her name. Winifred. I think it's Lady Winifred that he meets at the meadow or the well, and he has to go down and fetch the skull.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one's good.
That.
Yeah, and he's like headless the whole time. There's weird idea of headlessness being played with through the whole film as well. It's just, I mean, that movie is just
which
like I said, it's so good.
It seems to me that it's more of a loss of ego, right? Like is the idea of headlessness in that movie or in that story.
He has to like lose his head in order to find it because he's trying to find his true identity. Because it starts and it's like the girl, his love interest, asks him, "Are you a knight?" And he says, "Not yet." And then I think he trips and she says, "Get up." And he says, "I'm not ready. I'm not ready." And then like when the movie ends, he ends and he kneels before the Green Knight and offers up his head and he says, "I'm ready now." And it's just like, man, the way that movie is structured is just so good.
Yeah, and what's he ready for, Jason?
To offer his head, right? To
remember?
lose his ego. Is that it?
To die.
Yeah.
He's ready
Yeah.
to die.
Yep. Yeah.
That's what he's ready for.
It's so good. Yeah. I'm watching Jacob in the background a little bit. He looks, I think he's okay. It's all right. Yeah, I think that's when he actually finds his head, is when he finally is willing to give it up and he's ready to die at the end. Because he has that vision before where he's like, he has the vision of himself running away, and then he becomes king, and then he's crowned, and then he gets his head cut off, I think. At the in his vision.
don't
I
remember.
think he gets his head cut off. I could be wrong though. And then he comes back, and that's when he takes the sash off and kneels before the Green Knight to die. It's just there's so many different just like, I don't know what you even call them. Just, ideas that are being played with from that.
Well, I read a really interesting essay on the Golden Key a while ago, and I was kind of sad because the end of the Golden Key, Tangle and Mossier have actually died. They're dead. And I never noticed when it happened. Like,
They just go up in the rainbow.
just reading the story on my own, yeah, like they died. Like they were actually
Yeah.
dead.
It's beautiful. They're like, because she dies before him. There's another quote by George MacDonald somewhere. I don't think it might be in that story. And he says, women are coming to me more often than men right now, or quicker than men. And if you actually know some of George MacDonald's, his actual life, I think he lost most of the women in his life. I think he lost some daughters before he died. I'm not sure. Or maybe it was sisters and his mom and stuff. And then his wife died before him. And I heard he never spoke again after his wife died until he.
Well, he had a stroke.
Oh,
He had a
did.
stroke and he couldn't speak. Yeah.
Okay, that makes a little more
Yeah.
sense.
Actually, I just tonight I started reading Greville MacDonald's book, George MacDonald and his wife. I posted in the box. Posted
I
in
haven't
our
checked it
Voxer
yet.
chat
I'll have to check that.
a handwritten poem from the book.
I'll definitely have to read it. Hey, Chad.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Chad?
Good. I just got done watching a movie called Solace, which I've not ever seen before. And
SOLI? Solus?
I think that's how it's spelled. It has Anthony Hopkins in it, and a couple other people. Yeah.
Anthony Hopkins and what's his name? Oh, why can't I think of it?
Is it Solace?
Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell. Yeah.
SOLACE.
So it was interesting because it was like, it started out just like your typical kind of suspense thriller, detective story, and then it really near the end there, it really starts getting into question of the problem of evil and somebody who has. So Anthony Hopkins has like he I don't know, he's kind of a psychic. He can see things. And then the killer himself has the same power. And what he does is he's been detecting that people who are sick, who are terminally ill, he's been like going and basically before they even know they're sick, putting them out of their misery that they haven't yet gone through. And so it was kind of a heavy story near the end there. And so
Sounds like Justin Trudeau. That's what
Yeah,
with
I
his
mean,
new extended freaking policies.
yeah. I mean, I think
Euthanasia in Canada.
Yeah.
Bla-
Yeah, and this particular story, I think, I mean, because I've thought about this before, in the like this, what happens if I ever go to a nursing home, and will I be
Oh God.
hopefully, will I be able to endure whatever potentials lay ahead? And that, like, the prayer is, I hope so.
Yeah, I actually delivered this past week. I had to deliver a pizza to a nursing home, and I'm not gonna lie. When I was walking through it, I was like,
I thought you were gonna
that thought crossed my mind. Like, man, if I was here, I'd just want to be put down like a dog. It was like probably worse than a veterinary hospital to me. Like, there were just people sitting in the halls in wheelchairs, like asleep,
Yeah.
old people, and it stank. It was just, look. I mean, I'm sure they're doing good, like what they can there, but maybe I don't know. But it was really, really sad to see. Very sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, Happy's having trouble. I'm thinking already of like when I'm gonna have to put her down.
Oh.
That's so sad.
Yeah, she's getting a lot of separation anxiety, and I was wondering what's going on, so I started Googling it, and so canine cognitive decline, apparently, like dogs that get separation anxiety in older age, it's because they're starting to get dementia, and so it's yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I just feel bad every time I leave the house. Like, she really hates being alone.
Yeah.
And so like I have to balance, okay, is she having enough good times when she's not alone to balance out when I have to put her in the kennel when she is alone, and she really hates it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been tough this past couple of days. Anne has been out of town, and I've been working, and the dogs have been have to kennel up for more than they typically would, and they get a lot. I'm sure it's a lot on them.
Well, the thing is, Happy, like, she starts panting, and like she's panting the whole time now.
Yeah.
When she's in the kennel, it wasn't this bad before, but
Yeah.
it's apparently it's like the dementia that's making her separation anxiety worse.
That's sad.
Yeah, and it's not like I can afford like a babysitter or like to get I can't get another dog, even though I've considered it.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping Shadow would help, but like, and they seem to like each other, but still, it's not. I don't think. I don't even know if another dog would help, because if it is like the dementia, like, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, you guys brought it up, and I've been thinking about what I'm gonna do. So.
That's the worst, man. I'm sorry.
I mean, ultimately, like, I have to keep on reminding myself, like, she's a dog, you know? She's turning 11 soon. She's lived a nice, good life. And, like, how much longer is she really gonna live, right?
Mm-hmm.
I should have put Duke down a lot earlier than I did. But like, it was my personal not being able to deal with it that kept me from putting him down.
You'll always That's my experience. There's always so many ways you can beat yourself up and regret. Like, I mean, I'm serious. It's just when my sister they lost their dog earlier this year. I think it was the beginning of this year, and I think he was hit by a car. I'm not sure. And then she was like, "We should have fixed that fence sooner. We should have fixed that fence sooner." I was like, "It's always gonna be something. Even if he would have lived 15 years, like you'll look back and you'll think, I should have spent more time with him. Like I should have played with him more. Like there's always something. It's just, you know, you do what you can, I guess."
Life is imperfect, Jason.
Yup.
So I just got this book. It just came in yesterday. It's Flannery O'Connor's prayer journal. And I don't know if you guys have read any of this before.
Oh, I heard. Yeah, I heard that.
It's not like it.
Is it
Sounds
good?
familiar, but I don't know who he is.
Is it good?
It's a she, and
Oh.
I just
She.
read the first. It actually comes out of her handwritten journals, so this is obviously released posthumously, and their prayers that she wrote. She was like, just to give you guys some background, she was Catholic. I want to read this prayer, this first prayer. So it picks up.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
It picks up like the end of a page of a previous thing. So it starts there. So you don't really get the full context. It's kind of interesting. So the end of the one prayer is, and we haven't, like I said, it's literally not even a full sentence. So it says, effort and artistry in this rather than thinking of you and feeling inspired with the love I wish I had. So that's the end of that prayer. But then the first full prayer is, Dear God, I cannot love thee the way I want to. You are the slim crescent of a moon that I see, and myself is the earth's shadow that keeps me from seeing all the moon. The crescent is very beautiful, and perhaps that is all one like I am should or could see. But what I am afraid of, dear God, is that my self-shadow will grow so large that it blocks the whole moon, and that I will judge myself for the shadow that is nothing. I do not know you, God, because I am in the way. Please help me to push myself aside. I want very much to succeed in the world with what I want to do. I have prayed to you about this with my mind and my nerves on it and strung my nerves into a tension over it and said, oh God, please, and I must, and please, please. I have not asked you, I feel, in the right way. Let me henceforth ask you with resignation that not being or meant to be a slacking up in prayer, but a less frenzied kind. Realizing that the frenzy is caused by an eagerness for what I want and not a spiritual trust. I do not wish to presume. I want to love. Oh God, please make my mind clear. Please make it clean. I ask you for a greater love for my Holy Mother, and I ask her for a greater love for you. Please help me to get down under things and find where you are. I do not mean to deny the traditional prayers I have said all my life, but I have been saying them and not feeling them. My attention is always very fugitive. This way I have it every instant. I can feel a warmth of love heating me when I think of and write this to you. Please do not let the explanations of the psychologists about this make it turn suddenly cold. My intellect is so limited, Lord, that I can only trust in you to preserve me as I should be. Please help all the ones I love to be free from their suffering. Please forgive me. I don't know. It was a very
Wow.
good prayer.
Yeah.
Heartfelt.
Yeah.
Nice.
I like the intimacy of a journal, you know, like, because,
Yeah.
you know, like, I'm sure she didn't know that what was going to be, you know, published. And, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I feel weird about like reading stuff like that.
I think that's okay. I think it's okay to feel a little weird about it, but you know, there's the things that we think that we never say. And to read something like that sometimes can be very it helps me to get connected in a way that maybe I can't in some other way, because it's a completely naked thought, and it's very intimate. And, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Like
How
some,
have you been,
It's
Chad?
inspiring.
yeah, some of Mother Teresa's stuff is like that too, though. If you've ever read some of that.
Haven't.
she was something else, man. I've been good. I got a call from Anne this morning on my way home from the meeting. She broke her foot.
Oh,
So she's over in
Oh.
Washington.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pick her up tomorrow from the airport, but
what
Yeah.
happened?
she just was at a place that she was
Like
unfamiliar with.
how badly?
She was in a place that she was unfamiliar with, and she was waking up in the morning and didn't have her glasses on and went to take a step, and she stepped on her foot really weird, and it folded her foot in half.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
So
Oh.
so we're gonna get through that for the next who knows how long, you know.
Well, hopefully it won't be so bad. I mean,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
sounds more like a sprain.
No, it's broken. She might
Oh,
have
wow.
to have surgery.
Wow.
Yeah. But you know,
Oh, that's not good.
yeah. Well, she's something else, man, because she's like, oh, you know, it hurts like a bitch, but it'll work out. And, you know, so she's got that quiet strength that I wish I had, because I'm just a whiny little ass.
Chad,
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of a delay for me, but I just want to say that it's not surprising that she's something else because she's married to you.
It's true. I wonder how that even happened sometimes.
Yeah. I know, right?
Like, you never know the full extent of your insufficiency until you're in like a marriage. Well,
I wouldn't know. Never been in a marriage.
I mean, it's just like,
me
man,
either.
why can't I just be better? You know, like, it's kind of a lot like what that prayer was talking about. I was really identifying with that on that level too. Like, gosh.
Well, you know, that's why I say actually that monasticism and marriage are the same thing.
Yes.
You know, I mean, you know, if you decide that, you know, you're going to be an ascetic and dedicate your life to that, well, the first thing that you're going to notice is how insufficient you are. And that's what happens in a marriage. And then, you know, I had a friend who wanted to be a nun, and then she fell in love and she felt guilty about it and she didn't know what to do, and should I get married? Should I be a nun? I said, it's the same damn thing. What are you worrying about?
Hmm.
One, you do get to have children, though.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
And then the children
Yeah,
kill
well,
you
that
even
just
more.
complicates things.
Yeah.
That just complicates things. You have to die to yourself even harder.
Yep.
Let me tell you.
I
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah, I think about that sometimes, like the children thing. I mean, we're trying, but I wonder, what his plan is for us, because like there are people that I know that don't have children, and they really have dedicated their lives to serving in service to other people, and a lot of those people do have children, and they help those people become better people.
Yeah, Billy Ray and his wife can't have kids, so they've been taking foster kids in,
Yeah.
and they take in like the kids that need the most help in the world.
Mhm.
And yeah, he doesn't talk about that stuff too much, but like, because obviously there's a lot of issues with confidentiality, especially because like, so they're trying to adopt one of the kids, and like it's really complicated and difficult, and yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know if I could handle it.
Yeah. Like Bill Wilson, basically the main poobah of Alcoholics Anonymous. They couldn't have children, him and his wife. They had like 3 miscarriages, and then they went to adopt, and this was during the time when he was still deep in his alcoholism. And one of the reference people that was put on the paper was Lois was Bill's wife. So one of Lois's friends was a reference to talk to the adoption agency, and she told the adoption agency that they shouldn't adopt their kids they shouldn't let Bill and Lois adopt because Bill was such a drunk. And so that basically killed every opportunity for them to adopt or anything like that. And I think about the time, if they would have had kids, what it would have been like for the countless alcoholics later. Like they poured their lives into service to degenerates and out drunks, and a lot of those. I mean, it's really something.
So honestly, now that I'm working more in mental health and like I'm talking to more and more people, I did not realize how like so in insurance, I kind of feel like I get to see a lot of things that other people don't, because like people have to come to me and they have to tell me precisely exactly how much they earn, and then they have to tell me everything about their medical, like all the medications they take, and like some of my clients, like I find out things about them that like I never would have guessed. Oh, this person has like all kinds of things, and like including STDs and stuff that was like, oh, okay. And then like now with like mental health stuff, Like, it's a whole other level of, oh, the world's a lot more broken than any of us ever see. And
I don't believe it, but yes.
you don't believe it, or you do believe it?
I don't think it's any more broken today than it was, 1,000 years ago.
Oh yeah, no. I'm not saying it's more broken than it was 1,000 years ago. I'm saying it's more broken than we see, than we recognize.
Yeah, well, the thing. So you bring up. Well, finish your thought, and I'll just tell you what I've been thinking about.
Well, I mean, it's just I never suspected, like the people that I'm talking to and the problems that they have. I didn't understand how common, like, problems that I thought were very rare really are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I've thought a lot about the hijacking by usage of the word mental. And I think I'm not a mental health denier. I'm not, but I do think that the frame that it's sitting in is, I don't think it's the most useful. And I think the original frame of what mental was is a better way of looking at it. Like, so mental meant spiritual. That's what it meant. And so when we talk about mental health, I think about more along the lines of spiritual health. And so, but then, like when we talked about spiritual health, it's like a really flat thing. So, like, I think, I don't know how to put this. If you were to kind of take those two frames and swap them, I think you get a more accurate look. Because I think the spiritual, the way that most people talk about spiritual, is actually mental. And I think that the way that most people are referring to mental categories, they're actually spiritual categories. So the frames are all funky. Sorry, my light here keeps going off. Go on.
So,
I think I understand what you're saying.
in my classes, we spend a lot of time talking about biopsychosocial, like biological, psychological, and social, as if they're three different things.
Yeah.
And the more we talk about it, the more I feel like we're just dividing things that aren't that different from each other.
Yeah, they shouldn't really be divided. This kind of goes.
It sounds like.
Sorry, go ahead.
It sounds like body, soul, and spirit, Jacob. Biological, psychological, and right.
I mean, by social they mean having to do with other things. I actually did want to ask you, Chad, about this idea of codependency, because I've been trying to research. So, like, one of my textbooks was quoting extensively and favorably from John Money, which just like made me incredibly disgusted. Yeah. And like I look at so much in my textbooks and I wonder if it's just complete bullshit. Whereas like that same textbook, before it started talking about John Money, I was like, hey, this has a lot of stuff that might actually be worthwhile. And then he started quoting from John Money, and I was like, oh, so like this is just all bullshit. It's not all bullshit. Like, the guy who wrote it obviously was trying to like take as much information and science as he could, but like a bunch of the stuff that he has is based on John Money, which is like, okay, this is just complete bullshit and crap. But
yeah.
So I was looking up, because for my stuff, I have an assignment to talk about codependency.
Yeah.
And the term codependency seems to have come out of Alcoholics Anonymous. And
Yeah, kind of, but it actually came out of Al-Anon, but go ahead.
right. And so the fact is that you can see that if you give psychological treatment to people who live with alcoholics, the alcoholic will also get better. Like you can help an alcoholic indirectly by helping the people that the alcoholic lives with, right? Which is shocking in some ways, right? Because you would think, and one of my professors who talks a lot of bullshit, but also knows some stuff, keeps on talking about like the identified patient, and he's like, yeah, we talk about the identified patient, but when you're talking about a family, like it's not just the identified patient, and there's a lot of truth in that. At the same time, it's not obvious that codependency is actually a thing, that it's actually a disorder of any sort. It's just we're noticing that when someone is really messed over, they mess over everyone who is part of their lives.
Again, this I think can be looked. I think for me, it's more useful to look at it through a spiritual malady, a frame of a spiritual malady, because it's the same thing that's driving the alcoholic to a drink is the same thing that's driving the codependents together. And what it is, it's lack of power. It's a disconnection from God. And so, like, you know, alcohol is like it's like a God supplement, right? And then same thing with the codependent people. So yeah, it's a real thing in as much as somebody making their relationship with another person their God. Not making that person, but like that relationship the God. That's where they're receiving a type of power, but it's a power that's insufficient. It's not spiritually balanced. So, you know, that's why all of the 12-step programs all have you aimed at seeking God and in service to others, all of them. And any 12-step program that is more, you know, therapy or health oriented, it's out of balance as well. Because, I mean, you could try it, but like an atheist 12-step program, I don't think is going to do you well, because what it's going to do is make you your God. And you're just, you know, playing in the same arena that you were before. You're just swapping, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Chazi.
Hi.
Morning.
Good morning. It's good to see you. I didn't talk to you for a while, sir.
Hi, Jesse.
Yeah, I've been a little less active. I hope all's well. As you guys know, the Day of Atonement is upon us, Yom Kippur, for us Jewish folk. So
Did you do kafarot, Chazi? Did you swing a chicken over your head this morning?
I don't swing a chicken over my head. I use money.
Okay, so what is this? Is this where you take it, swing it by the neck, and then you rip its head off and let it run?
Yes.
Okay.
Not
Is this the chicken
exactly.
that killed itself, the same chicken from the Ashmere story?
No,
Yes.
it's it's the Ashkenaz chicken. Exactly. They offer themselves and they do higher carry.
Yeah.
Well, Jacob, you don't have to do this second. I posted this like very spooky Rashi that I saw over
I
the
looked it
weekend when I
up.
was studying.
Yeah, I looked it up.
Is there a way to do it with the chicken?
Is there what?
Is there a way to do it with the symbolic chicken?
Well, that's
Yeah.
what Chazi and I both do. I was
Like
I've always
A rubber
been
chicken.
I don't like using actual chickens. I think using money is better. So
I think you should use the rubber chicken, like Sherry suggested. That would be great.
We have I mean, all the chicken, the scapegoat. I mean, this obviously this Yom Kippur has to deal with the mysterious scapegoat and sending it to Azazel. So there's a lot there as well. Thank you guys for reading
You
Moses'
you
song.
sound like
Think also that-
Rastafarians. You sound like
I'm cut off.
What happened? No, Sherry's a little.
I said you sound like Rastafarian with your chicken blood and your
Oh,
goats.
I gotcha. I was fascinated. I think Jason and I might have discussed this in the past, but just given we're still in Bible study, that while there are some interpretations that see Azazel as a specific location in the desert or the name of a certain cliff, there is Ramban, Maimonides, and he has an interpretation where this is, in fact, a recognition of the fact that there is evil out there in the world, and this demon Azazel, one time a year, we, under the commandment of God, as there's no idol worship under, we only believe in God, but if God allows us to, if God commands us to go out to the fringe and stand face to face with the concept of evil, so to speak, or these evil powers that He empowered in this world, there's a very very serious implication to that, obviously. But again, it's all happening under God's jurisdiction, and recognizing that evil ultimately is something that you're going to have to contend with. You can't just hide away and assume that that's not one day going to it's not going to show its face, and you're going to have to contend with it. So there's a sense of once a year you have to go out there and really try to make peace with the fact that that is something that exists in the world.
are you saying you believe in demons, Chazi?
I believe in demons. I
Real
believe that
question.
there is powers out there. God created a wonderful universe. which has
I mean,
many things.
all I have to do is like spend 15 minutes with me for any given period of the day.
When demons come out.
You know, I mean, is that like a bad thing to say? I'm not saying I'm a.
No,
Is
I
that
don't think so.
I'm just saying, like, the crap that goes through my head sometimes. It's like, come on, dude. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Hey Trey,
Hello, Jason. I miss
what's
you,
up,
buddy.
man?
Oh,
I miss you
BB.
too. I miss you
Hope you're doing
too.
good.
Okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I hanged out with Andrew tonight. We went to Vespers and all that stuff.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Cool. Was it fun?
Yeah.
Andrew wanted after Vespers to walk into one of the synagogues near his church. And I was like, come on, Andrew. It's the night before Yom Kippur. Everybody's too busy to deal with a random Gentile walking in asking questions.
I
Just
actually concur with that, Jacob. That wouldn't be a mistake to go ahead that day. I don't think people are in the mindset to be dealing with like him, and not specifically. He's Asian, but he's Egyptian. They're like, no. Too much.
Yeah, 6'4", Coptic, half Chinese, half
French
guy walks into one of the Haredi synagogues in Los Angeles and starts asking questions about being a Noahide, Erev Yom Kippur.
That's Andrew for you. And he wanted to do all that instead of talking to women, which is even more crazy.
That makes perfect sense. Like that. Yeah, you guys will find any excuse not to talk to a woman.
Not me, man. I will talk to any woman, anytime, any day. Okay.
Yeah. Sure, I believe you. Let me know when you get married.
Well, who
But
doesn't
you know
want to
we
get
can
married? Okay.
About demons.
Yeah, let's talk about demons.
Since this question came to mind for me recently, where in the because I'm always like on the Legion thing. Why is it that Christ doesn't just destroy the demons? Is that possible? That God destroys demons?
God can destroy demons, sure.
Is there a record of that happening?
I don't think God destroys anything. Not
I
in those
think-
terms.
Yep.
I think everything is about transformation.
Yeah, from what I've thought about that story before is like I would think the demons kind of just exist from God letting you be yourself in a way and having your own individuality, and then where you transgress in that is when you let yourself be given to your passions, and then I don't want to say develop demons, but I guess it is all those little thoughts that end up tormenting you. Because for some reason I started to connect the two in the story of Legion, because there's all this symbolism with the swine and hogs and stuff. But then there's this passage in 2 Peter where it talks about the sow or the hog returning to it, wallowing in the mire. But before that, it's describing people that once they are set free or like delivered from their basically bondage or demons or whatever, and are enlightened with something like the true mercy of God, they kind of reject that and go back to their old ways. And the latter end of them is worse than the first. And it always reminds me of that other parable that Jesus talks about. When a spirit's cast out, he goes and gets 7 others of his friends and comes back, and the latter end of that person is worse than the first. So I kind of, in my head, will picture these hogs almost as a symbol of people that do that. That's like willingly accept them or something. They know better. You know, when God delivers you from something and then you know better, like I shouldn't do this, but you still do it anyway, and push out that push your conscience, purposely sear your conscience, and then allow those demons back. And then that's kind of when you run over the cliff, like all those hogs. At least that's the way I think of it usually. But
We're going through Canto 3 in Dante's comedy, and Nate and I did it last time, and there's some interesting text in that canto, because he talks about these people that are in this like outer circle of hell, and they have no, like they haven't decided for anything. They don't decide for God or Satan. They're not hateful to God nor to his enemies. They basically, and there's also like angelic beings there too, right? And so they have they're nothing. Like there's nothing to them. Like they have no they're worse than fence sitters. They're not even wondering what they should think, right? And they're described as having these festering wounds that the pus just oozes from, and worms at the bottom of their feet feed on it. And then there's the second group of people that are crossing this river, and there's a demon and he's crossing them over. And
Oh, the ferryman, right?
at first I thought
Yeah.
when we were reading it, I thought it was the same people. Well, he's not, his name is Charon or Charon
Yeah.
or whatever, however you want to
That
pronounce it.
Greek
anyway,
mythology. That's the ferryman. Sorry, go ahead. There's lag.
And they are two distinct groups. So one group wants to get across and is rushing to get across, and that's deeper into hell. But this group that I just previously described, they don't want anything. They want nothing. They have, like, they're nothing. And I wondered, like, yeah, anyway, it's just, I'm just throwing it out there because I don't really know what to think of it. But there's also when Dante shows up with Virgil at the river, the demon says he can't be here. He's not supposed to be here. And Virgil tells him, no, he is supposed to be here, and you have to cross him over, right? So anyway, I just thought that was a super interesting way to look at these things.
It reminds me
Yeah.
of the St. Christopher thing a little bit.
St. Christopher, yeah. Yeah, but I find it really fascinating that these people are just completely, like, there's a line in there that says they were never born and they will never die.
Huh. That's weird. There's
And they have, it also says that they have no hope of death either.
That's interesting.
So there's a hope in that, right? So, like, they're really nothing. Like, they're nothing.
Yeah.
You want
There's
And I
this.
don't know. I mean,
this is
I'll
kind
just
of real.
add my own opinion.
Oh, sorry.
But
I was just, my mind, that last thing you just said there brought up a really weird image of birth. Like, that's the crossing over. Like, being across the river is like a birth, but then, like, the I don't want to get into it. That there's just a lot of weird stuff that just crossed my mind when you were telling that story about some current cultural atrocities.
well, I was just gonna add that, actually, Chad, because, like,
Here.
when I grew up, I could say what I thought out loud, and not everyone agreed with what I thought. But that was Ochno in Swiss. That was, people expected that. People expected that you would say things that they didn't like. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it was okay. You could say them. And they'd say, yeah, that's bullshit. And then they'd go on to express their opinion. And then you'd say to them, yeah, no, I don't think so. You know, and on and on. And then, you'd end up having a conversation, right? And now there's this weird spirit that I've just noticed. And it seems to be taking a greater grip on society, where people refuse to do that. Like, and I'm not saying they should take a side, but they refuse somehow to say anything anything, you
Well,
know?
yeah,
And then there's this weird, if they don't like what you're saying, it's kind of like they just turn and walk away. And it's like you're some kind of digital version of yourself, and all they have to do is hit the, you know, the leave button, and then you're gone, right? For them. So they just leave.
yeah. That's
You
why
know,
we.
and I even see politicians doing it. Reporters ask a politician a difficult question, and they just smile and leave. You know, and
Yeah.
when I grew up, no one would ever do that. So anyway, and it seems to me that it's like we're in this space of absolute nothing.
Is it nihilism?
No, but it's like
No.
it makes me think of that same spirit is the one that will have somebody say, now I want to talk about so and so. Now I just want to preface this with I don't agree with everything that they say.
Yeah.
And then you talk about so and so. It's the same spirit. So you have to like basically it's like a protective abortion spell on, you know, your opinions, like to protect, you know, it's really weird, but
Like, who do you ever speak about that you do agree with everything they say?
not a single one of them.
Well, I don't even agree with everything my husband says
I don't even agree with everything I say.
about something.
Well, when you're talking about people in the story, if you choose one side, even if it's a side for evil, and you're kind of given to it, or you choose the other side for good and you're given to it, seems like the people in the middle would just be lacking passion for a side or any sort of zeal.
Well, I think it's courage actually that they lack. They lack courage.
Cowardice.
That's why they're
Okay.
nothing. That's why they're nothing.
There was something I wrote. I was going to read it to you, but I don't necessarily think it's relative. I don't think it's relative to courage. It was a more apathetic thing. But I actually wrote something about a ghost. And I wrote almost those exact same words. Like, and it was kind of about the spirit of apathy. And it said it's like, it's just absolutely nothing. It's just neither dead nor dying, nor living, nor being made alive. It's just like, just this complete emptiness. But then,
yeah, but don't you think apathy is an apathetic person is somebody who lacks courage?
probably.
Don't you think that's
But what
the
I
reason
wrote,
for
I can read you what I wrote, and you can tell me if it's relative. But it was like, let's see.
Sure.
He saw a ghost with his eyes. The ghost was gray in color and nameless. The ghost was neither happy nor sad. Did he have any feeling at all, but was completely emotionless. He had no good intentions nor ill intentions. He had no intentions at all. He was neither dead nor dying, neither alive nor living, yet was both dead and alive at the same time. He was not perishing, yet he was not being saved. He walked up and down and back and forth, saying back and forth again and again, going nowhere, ageless and wandering with no purpose or destination. There was nothing in his eyes. They were numb, a flat, empty gray, lifeless and pale, not worth looking into at all. Like two shallow bowls of curdled gray milk with chunks and clumps of old floating in them, neither solid nor liquid, yet they were not sour. You could wish that they were sour, because then they could have some sort of taste or flavor, but they were worthless and full of nothing, full eyes, yet full of nothing, a fullness of emptiness. They were altogether undesirable and unwanted. One would rather pour out these bowls on the ground than look into them any longer, yet I could not look away from this ghost, and the ghost would not look away from me. The ghost kissed me with formless, tasteless, senseless lips. This kiss sucked all the breeze from the air. The gentle wind vanished. The warmth of the sun fled away. All the sweet sounds and fragrances of life were gone. And the ghost says, "No more tears, my child," said the ghost, and further, "No more love." And that's like basically what I wrote. So I don't know if it's relative or not, but
So were you trying to embody like nihilism or something when you wrote that?
no, I wrote
So
that
you're
actually
thinking?
I wrote that after I had lost my dog. and I was actually kind of going through that,
Oh,
and that's how I felt. And I was
right.
so I was actually kind of writing that from experience. Of course, in this thing I wrote, it's another character with a different name, but I remember really dealing with that
You were
just kind of apathetic spirit where I was just like, just there's nothing, like all the colors are gone of life, like nothing's, I just don't care, like I just don't care at all about anything.
well. That's
Yeah,
And you
yeah,
try to care and you
exactly.
just can't, you can't get anything.
yeah,
It's
but it's like I don't care about it, but I care enough to write about it.
just, yeah.
And I think nihilism is a lie. I mean, it's
Mhm.
it's just it's
Yeah.
the most subtle and attractive, courageless lie. Like, because it's like
Yeah.
what I was thinking about when you were reading that was I was thinking about, and this will get graphic, so I'm sorry if this gets too graphic, but I was thinking about that from the perspective of a woman who terminated a pregnancy intentionally and tries to not think about it, and but and so she'll keep telling herself, like, that it means nothing. It means nothing. It's not meaningful. It's just, and like she might forget about it from time to time, but I highly doubt that. And so, like, that's what was going through my mind about, and actually the passage of Dante or whatever that Sherry was talking about had me thinking about the same thing. It's like that's a particular kind of hell that ghost. I don't know. I don't have any.
Yeah, because they oh shoot, just had it in my head. But that line from there. Anyway, they neither hate God nor his enemies, or they don't decide for God or Satan, right? Like it's really it's really interesting. If you want to just hear the canto, Nate reads it in that
One thing-
episode, and he does a really good job actually of reading it. You could listen
I'll have
to
to
it.
listen. Yeah, I need to. I'm not. When did you release it? Is it recently?
I really
Last
don't
week.
understand why
Last week we did it.
people find Dante so compelling. It's like I just don't understand. Like, okay, this is this guy's belief about what hell is like, but like, and somehow people think that it's like, for me, I would expect, like, people take theological significance out of it, and it's like, but he's not some great mystic or something, you know?
No, but I
it's-
think I
Go
totally
ahead.
understand what you're saying, Jacob, because I always felt the same way. I'm like, why are people talking about Dante as if it was scripture itself? You know,
Exactly, they do.
And some people make that mistake, and I think it's a mistake. But as a poem,
Mm-hmm.
he's talking about like McDonald says, the human being is the world turned inside out, right? So he's talking about this inner journey that we all recognize, right? And we've all had the experience of these circles of hell, you know. And so if you look at it that from that point of view, I think that it's, you know, like I'm not too convinced that it's a theological poem. I don't even think Dante meant it like that. I think it's not theology, that this is not actually, you know, some kind of new revelation, but it's poetic, and there's always truth in that, and we all make those journeys. And like, I didn't think I was going to enjoy this actually because of what Jacob just said.
But like
and I
screw
am
tape
really
letters. Screw tape letters isn't theological, and but I think it's has that poetic quality that you're talking about.
yeah.
And I think a lot of stories do, and I don't think. I personally don't think a lot of biblical stories are like your contemporary type poems. Like, they're just not. They're not like that engaging. Not all of them are, anyways. For me,
Well, a good example.
Well, in translation, I understand. That's part of the reason I don't like Dante is like it's in translation.
There is that, but there's a good example in scripture and of a fictional story that has profound implications, and that's the Book of Esther, right? So it's not true. But
What do you mean it's not true?
It's not true, but it's true.
What do you mean it's not true?
Not
It's not
historic.
historically true, right?
What do you mean it's not historically true?
Well, I thought I heard you saying that it wasn't historically true.
Esther?
Yeah.
I've never
Well,
said
then,
that.
then I have it wrong. It must have been something else.
Maybe Yosef
Well-
believes it's not historically true, but he's a heretic, so.
There's a
Everybody's a heretic to Jacob.
Well, that's the point.
I do think you guys are right about the
Well,
Dante
then
thing.
let
I've
me
never really.
let me correct that, and I'll say the Book of Job. Okay, how about that?
Okay.
How about Genesis?
Genesis is absolutely literal.
Of course,
I'm
it's
joking.
literal, you dweeb.
Well, the Book of Job is like, it's hard to argue it's not historical because I get that you say it. You could say like, oh, this isn't written in a historical context, but then you read it and you're like, man, this story almost happens to every single person that exists. So it's like, gosh, there's a Job somewhere that's going through this right now, probably.
Just not to that extreme. Like
Yeah.
violence.
Last night in synagogue, the rabbi told a really strange story, and you guys reminded me of it. And I didn't know what to think of the story. I still don't know what to think of the story, but like, I figured I would tell the story over again because you guys reminded me of it. So the rabbi was talking about how every time, and this is a Jewish belief, every time you do a good deed, it creates an angel, and anytime you do a bad deed, it creates a demon. And he was talking about the importance of saying your blessings in a correct manner because it would create angels. And then he told the story. So the Brisker Rav, who was Rabbi Soloveitchik's uncle, the Rav, the book club stuff. So he was known that he was very careful always to have somebody around when he said a blessing to say amen. So, for example, Orthodox Jews, before they drink a glass of water, they say a blessing. And apparently one night he woke up in the middle of the night and he was very thirsty, but he didn't want to wake anybody up. And so he didn't want to say a blessing to drink water. But he was very thirsty, and one of the students at his yeshiva knocks on the door, and he says that he was studying the Talmud and he had a question that just was bothering him too much, so he had to come and ask the Brisker Rav about it. And so he goes ahead and he explains that piece of Talmud to him. And then, so the guy's there, so he drinks a glass of water. And then the next day, he goes up to the student and he thanks him for coming and waking him up to ask the question because he was actually thirsty and he wanted to drink water. and the student said, said I was asleep. I didn't actually come to your house at all. And so apparently the Brisker Rav believed that this was Elijah who had come to give him an opportunity to drink some water. And for like the rest of his life, he treated the student with a lot of respect, because he's like, there must have been a reason why Elijah decided to show up looking like you to my house in the middle of the night. And I have zero idea what to do with that story.
You just did
Interesting.
what you're supposed to do with that story. You told
Yeah.
it again.
I told the
It's
story.
It's
Exactly.
interesting because that's what Martin Shaw said at the end of the venue that I was at. He tells these stories, right? And then when he's all finished, he said, "Okay, now go and retell these stories."
That's I love that.
That
Sherry, one thing.
that's what you're supposed to do with them.
Hey, I gotta
One
go,
thing is,
everybody.
all right, bye, Chad.
Good
Yeah,
night.
we're
I
drinking
probably-
out of the denim thing.
See, I probably got to go in a second too here. I have to say one more thing that I don't know if it'd be related to, like, it came to my mind. I don't know if it's related to that spirit that you're saying that's kind of going around in culture too. When I was, so at my job, my Pizza Hut job, me and my manager were talking, and she's, I think, probably 60 or somewhere around there. And she said that she notices a large difference in like this newer generation that's younger. And she said they just don't really step outside of their box. Like they'll do what they're told, but they won't really like do much more or anything. And she just said, and she just kept saying like they're just a lot different. And then it made me think. I heard somewhere else someone was saying that the generation that's kind of growing up now is presented with like kind of just hopelessness in all the narrative and the news and everything else, kind of like, you know, with the whole global warming thing and all that stuff.
Well,
So
yeah, but
before
when
we
you-
grew up, and it was like you could be this, you could be that, you could be an astronaut, you could get married, you could make something of your life, and now they're just kind of presented with this story of like, well, it's ending. So that's why I think I do think nihilism is a lie, but I wonder if that kind of that apathetic, or I guess cowardice, or whatever we call it, that spirit going around, maybe comes from that a little bit too. But that was just a thought. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was going to say that, you know, the kids growing up today, they watch life happen. They sit in front of their screen and they watch it all go by. So they're not participating in it necessarily.
Yeah.
Right? And
That's
so when it's time to jump in and actually live and be alive, they don't know how to do it, because it's always just presents itself to them. It's always right there, right? And they just watch it, and it just, there it is, you know.
Wow.
And,
Yeah.
and that's what it feels like to me. And they have the same looks on their faces that they would have in front of their screen, like just this deadpan, you know. That's what they look
Yeah.
like.
Jacob, Jason,
Yeah. What's up? Here's
do I have
Shibboleth.
that look on my face?
Deadpan. No, thanks for saying that. I'm probably going to share that with her. I think that's a really incredible observation. Yeah. That's why you're going to play your game. Play Final Fantasy IX. It will wreck you for your life. I can't believe I played this game as a child. I played it when I was older, and I was like, what did I do to myself? This is why I'm so weird. Because it just throws you into all these existential questions. Like, you go to this land of memory, you meet your creator, I think he dies, and then like you realize you're the brother of the main evil guy who's destroying the world, and then you have to it's a mess. It is probably the best game I've ever played.
I'm
But-
gonna sign
Okay.
out to
Me too.
Before you go, Sherry, you have to say our ending prayer.
the ending prayer.
Yes.
thank you, Lord God and Father, for this fellowship that we've had tonight. Bless each one that's been here. Amen.
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 Thank you.
Good night,
Yeah.
everyone. Good
Good
night,
night.
Trey.
It was
Good night.
great
Jacob.
having
Good
you,
night, Sherry.
Sherry. Good night,
Yeah, it was
Jason.
nice
Yeah.
to be. Yeah. See you guys.
I love you all.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Trey, why are you naked?
I'm not naked.
Glad to hear it. How was Vespers?
Man, I'm not really getting this chanting stuff. I really don't get it. I need to actually go to a Sunday service because like this, it was terrible. Like I'm not even gonna lie. I don't understand how Andrew does it. It's just literally like there's no one wants to be there.
No one?
No one wants. Maybe the priest. All the kids there do not care about it. They're not trying to actually like do anything. They're like doing it in the most monotone way possible. Like they don't care. They don't believe.
Then why are they there?
Because they're forced by their parents.
But their parents aren't there.
I don't know. They get like time. I don't know.
Nope.
Why did the young kids want to do it? There's no reason the young kids want to do it. They have
Actually, kids tend to like chanting.
bro. They look so bored. Like literally, like I could see, like, them dying.
Dying.
Their souls dying.
Their souls dying.
Yeah.
I see.
I don't know, but apparently Andrew can't hop on your channel anymore because he's I don't know.
Because his
banned.
parents will kill him.
Because his parents will kill him, such and such and such and such. Nothing new.
So have his parents officially told him he's never allowed to talk to me ever again?
Yes.
And he's actually listening to them?
I guess so. When we were in the car together, he said like, "Oh yeah, I can't pick up my phone now."
He's supposedly a 20-year-old man.
I don't know. I feel like I should be summoning him, but I guess I haven't.
How could you summon him? What do you mean?
I don't know. If you just say his name enough, it'll eventually pop up. We did have a conversation about how to talk to
females.
Dang it. Yeah, we did. So I think I'm gonna bring him to a Jehovah's Witness meeting, and so he can start talking to random people, and be forced to start talking to random people. That's the goal. Because I'm going to guess none of the people in his church are that talkative because they don't really speak that much English. So
Most people his age speak English just fine.
yeah, his age. That's the thing. Like that's not how you get really good at conversation. You have to talk to people who are not your age and are uncomfortable to talk to.
Okay.
Because women are the hardest people to talk to. And you need to talk to more hard people before you can talk to women.
Okay.
So.
If you say so.
I know so.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see.
We will, in fact, see. One of these days, one of you guys will get married, and then...
I don't know. I have to figure out my spirituality, right? Like...
No, you'll figure out your spirituality after you get married, not before.
Oh, yeah, that's so easy. No.
What do you mean easy? It's not easy, but like getting married is a lot easier than figuring out your spirituality.
No, it just means which institution you want to go to, right? And that's sort of...
Yeah, guess what? You're going to change your mind after you get married.
Yeah, but like it's easier. Like, okay, it's easier to convert a Christian to an atheist than an atheist to a Christian. I think so.
What does that have to do with anything?
That means that, like, if I'm like, leaning more towards one thing, you marry this one person, and then, you know, I'm kidding, obviously, but
I have zero idea what
just
you're
saying
kidding
that
about.
things go more one way than the other way. You know what
I
I mean?
have
Like,
zero clue what you're trying to say.
I think you know what I'm saying.
I have zero clue what you're saying.
It's more likely to turn a Christian woman into an atheist than an atheist into a Christian woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with
On
it?
my spirituality, right? Like, it's like, I get married.
So you're saying if you became if you find a Christian woman and then you become an atheist, then you'll be able to take your wife with you. But if you find an atheist woman and become a Christian, she'll divorce you?
No, it'll just be like, we can't, you know, I won't be able to. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like,
No, I don't know what you mean.
oh my gosh, you're gonna make me spell it out. Yikes. Yeah. It just means, like, we won't be going to the same place on Sundays. Come on. Like, that's the point.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have zero clue why you think of marriage as the way you do. Although, I mean, I'm guessing it has something to do with your relationship, like how your parents' relationship is, but I don't know because I haven't met your parents. But, like, yeah, like, life isn't about where you decide to spend your Sundays.
Okay, maybe for you, that's fine. I'm just saying. Like, for other people,
For
it's
most people, you think for most people, life is about where they spend their Sundays?
spend their weekends, spend their free time. I mean, that's sort of like, it's the levels. You know what I mean?
So for most people, life is about who their kids are and who their family is.
Yeah. See,
And that's not about where you spend your Sundays.
Continual long-term girlfriend. That's where it is. Where you just string them along, you know? As Paul Vanderklay says.
Paul Vanderklay said that?
That you just have continually long-term girlfriends.
I have zero idea what you're talking about, Trey.
You need to watch more Paul Vanderklay, and then you'll understand it.
I am 100% positive I have watched more Paul Vanderklay than you have.
Did you watch the Barbie episodes?
Yes.
Okay, then you understand what I'm talking about.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you stoned?
Nope. I'm just perfectly sober.
Perfectly. Okay.
That's the funny part. I probably get more crazier when I'm sober than when I'm hypothetically in Minecraft, of course.
In Minecraft, okay? In Minecraft, of course.
But anyways, I don't know.
Did you guys end up going to the Ethiopian church?
No. Oh my gosh, they don't have. That's I had this like I'm like this chanting stuff. We gotta get it done. Like I gotta. It's too much chanting. It's too much chanting. I can't follow along. It's not like it's a chanting that's like actually good. It's just like it's too much. It's too much. Like the icons are all cool and all that stuff, but if I have to chant for 3 hours, I'm going to do something. I don't get it. Like the Orthodox kept the one thing no one wants, and it's the 6 hour long service, or it's 3 hours, or something like that. Like follow the Protestants. The perfect number is at least an hour and 30 minutes, hour and 15. Like that is the perfect. That's for like same as a movie. That's what you want. You should aim for that. Like they killed it. I don't know what you're talking about. Like how long is the Orthodox service?
Orthodox Jewish service?
Yeah.
Depends what day. For Yom Kippur tomorrow.
Yeah.
So evening services are about 2 to 3 hours, and then in the morning it's about 4 or 5 hours, and then there's a break, and then it's like
Okay.
2 to 3 hours.
What about like normal service?
Daily services take about 2 hours, and
We're still in the Protestant realm of understandableness.
that's during the weekdays. On Sabbath, it's probably closer to 4 or 5 hours.
Oh my gosh, you guys changed all this stuff. You don't have the incense, you don't have all the iconography, you don't have the ark anymore, but you still keep the time. Oh my gosh.
Oh, your gosh.
Oh my gosh. It's like you learn nothing.
We learned nothing.
Reform got it right. They don't even do an hour and 30. They do a perfect 45, which I'm like, oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, Reform, they're just Christians. Reform are just Protestants. That's all they are. They're Protestants.
Am I gonna tell my kid, hey, you're gonna sit in church for 4 hours? Have fun with that, kid. They're gonna wanna off themselves. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I think that's my biggest complaint. Like that's like like you can show me all the evidence you want. Like the time matters. Time matters.
I actually really enjoy the chanting and stuff. If I could, I would spend all day, every day in
No, you wouldn't.
synagogue.
No, you wouldn't. No, you
I
wouldn't.
would too. I would so do it.
No, you wouldn't. There's no way.
I would so.
I want to see you like just do a chant-a-thon, and I bet you, like after the 6 hour, you're gonna be like, I'm never doing this again.
You know nothing about Jacob. Have you even met me?
Bro, like, but here's the thing: you've been like dechanted. Like, you haven't got that much chanting in so long. Like, you're spiritually chanted. You're spiritually like thirsty for this chanting. Okay, which I understand, but there's no way.
No way.
4 hours.
No way.
I did it every day. You'd be tired. You're like, oh my gosh, I heard this chant yesterday, and now I got.
For about 10 years, I used to pray at least 2 hours a day.
Okay. That's a lot. But 4 hours. We dealing with a whole nother beast.
On the Sabbath, I was generally praying 4 to 5 hours a day.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Oh
my
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
A fundamentalist, and you're gonna be like all about it. It's a Protestantism, okay? Like even witnesses, right? Like you get if you have longer prayers than 2 minutes, you're getting yanked off stage. Even if you're doing crazy. Like, oh, I don't understand this. I don't understand this. Like,
Yeah, your ADHD generation.
no. Don't even say that. I don't care. It's because you're not that interesting. You're not that interesting. Okay? Like I'm not like you can't tell me that like me listening to chanting for the first hour is gonna be different from the second hour. You just can't tell me that. Like there's no way. Like it's not gonna happen, right? But at least the sermon it's a little different, okay? But 3 hours of worship music is how I get a bullet lodged in my skull. Okay? Like I can't. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
You are such a Protestant.
Yeah, you know what? We're efficient that way. Okay? That's like I mean, come on. You watch the conversation with Sam. It's because we actually understand how to retain members.
Protestantism is so over.
I honestly think Catholicism is over.
Bro, have you
Catholic South America? You understand what I'm?
Have you
South America?
have you ever heard of the Lindy effect?
I don't know what the Lindy effect is.
So it's one of Nissim Taleb's ideas, and he's right about this. But so if you are trying to if you are trying to if you're trying to select of things which have infinite lifespans, right? So for example, restaurants, right? Which restaurant is most likely to last the longest as a business, right? At any point, your best guess is the restaurant that's been around the longest. So like if you're trying to see which restaurant in Los Angeles is going to be around the longest, your best bet is the oldest restaurant around. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Because statistically, as far as you know, each restaurant is halfway through its lifespan. So the oldest is likely to live as long as it has already. So the same goes with religions. So which religion is most likely to last the longest? It's the oldest religion. So Catholicism, which is 500 years old, is much more likely to live another 1,000 years than various Protestant denominations, all of which are less than 500 years old.
That's again. There's a difference between dying out, and again, if that was really true, Zoroastrianism would be like one of the highest religions, or Hinduism. But like that's not.
Both of those are more likely to last. What I first of all, I have no idea what happened to your sound.
Is my sound trash?
Yes.
Hold on.
For some reason, your mic got much worse instantaneously about 2 minutes ago.
My phone is too hot. How's the sound now?
It's crackling.
I'll rejoin. 1 second.
And he's back.
Let's try this again.
It's still bad.
Fine. Ugh. Hopping on my computer. I'll be back.
I could just end the stream, you know. I probably should just end the stream. But he'll be back. I will end the stream probably around midnight. He's back.
Okay, there's no way this doesn't work.
It does work.
Okay, cool. All this religion, all that type of dumb stuff.
What were we talking about?
Oh,
We were talking about the fact that Protestantism has had its day in the sun, and it's over. Over.
yeah, but I think it's just like so much more effective. Like even as like evolutionarily, it's just way more effective. That's why most people are Protestants.
Most people are Protestants in the United States.
I think it's a close race, bro. Protestants in the world.
No. There are more Catholics than all other Christians combined in the world.
It's not that bad. Like 1
Yeah,
to
it
2
is.
billion, 1 to 2 billion to 800 million Protestants.
Are there 800 million Protestants?
That's what I looked up. According to the World Christian Database, there are 800 million Protestants worldwide, which is about 33% of the world population.
World Christian population.
Yeah, also there's only 1.2 billion Catholics.
Only.
That's only.
And how many Eastern Orthodox? 300 million?
Which I would not be surprised if they count under Catholic.
You would not be.
I mean, I also don't trust the whole Protestant numbers at the very least. Yep. Okay. Yeah, because there's also they're counting all the other churches.
All the other churches.
Actually, bro, like Wikipedia is saying like it may be like 1 billion Protestants.
Protestants? A whole billion?
You don't understand that like there's like no African Catholics.
There's a lot of Anglicans in Africa, which is weird.
Kind of makes sense. Also, you do realize Latin America is becoming evangelical, right? Like in a really big way.
Apparently so. Great church. Latin Church 1.327 billion. Eastern Catholic churches 18 million. Um, hold on. There's a Coptic Catholic Church. That's
Sounds
so
so
funny. I had no idea there was a Coptic Catholic Church.
That does not sound correct.
Protestantism, 900 million to 1 billion. And they're all in the United States, all of them.
And Africa.
Anglicanism, 110 million.
I'm honestly surprised. My church is Anglican, so they don't tell you that.
Yeah, I noticed. Where's the Eastern Orthodox? Eastern Orthodoxy, 220 million.
All in Russia. And Australia, surprisingly.
Australia.
Wait. Go back to that image. Australians have more Eastern Orthodox
Than Americans do. Well, this is as a percentage.
Yeah, but even still, like that's a pretty high red. Because if you look at it, America, it's 0 to 1. Australia, it's
1 to 5.
1 to 5. Yeah.
Yeah, Canada also has a lot of Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah, that just kind of surprised me. Yeah. What made it so Russia and Orthodox were the same thing? Just war, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the Russian Orthodox Church is the Russian Church.
It's a little complicated, but I understand it.
Oriental Orthodox, 62 million. What's that black thing? There are that many Oriental Orthodox. Oh, the Assyrians. Yeah, that's where the Assyrians are. Okay. Okay. Non-Trinitarian Restorationists.
Yeah, I don't think those numbers are correct. Would you count these under Protestantism? If they do, I don't. Well,
I think they are Protestant. Yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't accept that label though. So
It's just the Protestants rule over Wikipedia, so.
But yeah.
Church of the East.
Yeah, Christadelphia. Yeah, but these numbers are off.
0.05 million Christadelphians in the world.
That's not true. Last time I looked, there's only about like 500 left.
Only about how many?
500 to 1,000 left.
Yeah, so 0.05 million is 50,000.
I said 500 to 1,000.
Total in the world?
Yeah.
There are approximately 50,000 Christadelphians in around 120 countries.
So look at that statistic. Click on the reference.
BBC.
Yeah, click on that again. So if you look at the reference,
No.
These are more, yeah.
Yeah, 6,500 in the U.S. Another 20,000 in the UK.
So again, what you classify as a Christadelphian because they have the most. I think they have like one of the most like split up bodies. So agreeing who's Christadelphian and which is not is very different. And again, though these are sourced by the BBC, that 50,000 number is a really big guesstimate, and I think that was from like 1980s is when they first did it. So they're not really tracking by any like, oh, I identify as a Christadelphian. It's just like guessing with statistics.
So why are you so interested in the Christadelphians?
Because they were the closest thing to Jehovah's Witnesses, and I had to prove them wrong.
You had to prove them wrong.
Yes.
Were you successful in proving them wrong?
Yeah, I think the JW article makes some good points.
What's the JW article say?
Why don't you look it up? Give me some time.
It's against my religion to look at the JW website.
Why?
Because the governing body of my religion prohibits me from listening, and I'll be disfellowshipped if I look at jw.org.
Well, I guess that's your conscience then.
Wouldn't you disfellowship me if I looked at jw.org?
Well, I know you're memeing, so I don't know if you want an honest answer about what the Jehovah's Witness position would be. You don't care. Anyways,
why am I still broadcasting this live stream?
I don't know. I really don't know.
I really don't know either.
No one's watching either. Nope.
But I ate almost this entire jar of pickles.
I do have one question for you. So, for the Noahide laws, right? It's like as long as you don't rape anybody, that's sexual immorality, right?
Is a Noahide not allowed to rape people? I don't know if rape is prohibited to the Noahides. You're not allowed to have sex with your mother, your mother's sister, your father's wives, any of them, even after he dies, with your sister, with men, with someone else's wife, I'm not sure there are any other rules to sexual morality with Noahides.
Oh my gosh, bro! Like that's like the problem.
No animals.
Oh, thank God! Oh, great. Can't God really got the no animals, but forgot about the no rape. That's a great part of theology.
You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to have sex with a woman who's married to somebody else.
But let's say I stroll into a town and I ask a girl if she's married, and she says, "I'm not," and then I just
kidnap her and marry her? Like, isn't that how most marriages worked for a long time?
Man, these Noahides really kind of like I feel bad for y'all. Like, you like this is kind of why I don't think you should have Noahide congregations. Like, you're gonna be like, what do we do in this situation? Oh well, no, there wasn't that many rules to Noah, so we're sort of stuck. Sucks to suck.
Nobody says you have to do everything that's allowed to Noahides.
Yeah, but do you really think it's gonna? You can't like make structure when like the whole point of the Noahide laws, like Noahidism is basically you're trying to get
stealing is prohibited. I'm not sure it wouldn't be considered stealing.
Well, like that would be like stealing is something if you keep it, right?
No, I mean if
That's not what I'm.
if you're taking something from her,
You can't.
I don't
like,
think you can
feel
marry
how-
someone against their will in Judaism, even if they're not Jewish.
Are we on the same page of what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Like, I'm trying to think of what the prohibition of rape would be.
Yeah, it's what Eric Weinstein talks about. The stuff Eric Weinstein can't talk about. Like, what if you did that as a no?
What are you talking about?
Went to a village, made another you, and then just left. Can't know how to do that.
Oh, you mean Brett Weinstein? I mean, I would say you shouldn't do that, but I'm not sure that. I don't know that it's prohibited
Wait, why shouldn't you do that, Jacob?
because it's not a nice thing to do.
Where are you getting your morality from?
Derech Eretz Kadmon LaTorah. There are. So this is one of the very explicit things of being a Noahide. It's not one of the 7 commandments to respect your mother and father.
Yeah.
But you should still do that.
Why? Why? Yeah.
Because that's the normal way. Those are the things that, like, it hasechel mechayevet, that just being an intelligent, good human being requires you to do that. That has nothing to do with the religious obligations of being a Noahide.
So just because you feel.
No, I didn't say feel. No, it's not a question of feeling. It's one of those things that a logical, reasonable human being realizes that it is good and right to be respectful and of your parents and grateful to them for everything that they have done for you. That's not a religious obligation. That's an obligation of being an intelligent and good person.
Right, but that would just be something you can choose to do. Like, there's no.
No. So it is a religious obligation to be a good person. But what is included in, so let's take a Jewish example. There's nothing that says don't eat dirt. Dirt is kosher. It is not a religious obligation not to eat dirt.
Mm-hmm.
But you shouldn't eat dirt. And it's a bad thing to eat dirt. And as a religious person, you should not eat dirt. But it's not a religious obligation to not eat dirt.
Right, but that's because they have a larger set of stories that were given to the Israelite people, which are
It has nothing to do with larger sets of stories. It has to do with the idea that those things which are religious obligations are not necessarily, like, the Torah doesn't bother with telling you not to eat poison.
So, quick question: do you think you can have objective morality without God?
No, I don't think you can have objective morality.
Then you're stuck in that bind because it doesn't really. You're pulling morality outside of what God is saying.
Yes, I am saying there is morality. Once you have the foundation of God, there is morality that extends beyond it. Yes. But it starts with the foundation of it.
Right, but you can't just get all your morality just from your senses. You have to have revelation, right?
Hold on. Again, you keep on going with the senses. There's nothing, like, I'm talking about logic and you talk about senses.
Right, but that would be on your fundamentally starting axioms of what you say. Like, you could just say, like, I choose to harm people, and that's like a fine axiom.
I don't think that's a fine axiom. No.
Why? You're. If I ask you a set of questions, you're going to get to a point where it's like, well, I don't know. I just feel that being happy is good. I'm like, well, okay,
Being happy is good.
Okay, what's good about it?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you denying it, or are you just telling me that it's not something that I have greater reason for?
What I'm trying to say is that if you are being a Noahide, you're given
Yeah.
certain laws. Okay?
Yeah.
You don't get any more laws.
No. See, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Just because those are the minimum set doesn't mean that you cannot extend and recognize that it is possible and good for you to recognize other things as well.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because an intelligent human being doesn't just stop with those religious requirements. The fact that something
I
is...
guess we have to go. We have to go. Okay. Why?
We do?
No, we have to go. We have to go deep.
Like I keep on telling you over and over and over again, it is possible to be a disgusting person within the rules of the Torah. This is a quote. This is a quote from the Talmud. It is possible to be a disgusting person with the permission of the Torah.
Okay.
You should still not do that.
Heidegger thought it was perfectly reasonable for him to be a Nazi.
Okay.
He
What
believed
does that
that
have
he
to do with
had
anything to do with it?
perfect reasons for being a Nazi.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
My point is, it depends on your fundamental starting axioms. Heidegger had different fundamental starting axioms than you do.
Okay.
And if I ask you, why is it good to be good? You're just going to have to say, oh, I just feel like it is good to be good. Like
No, you keep on going back to feelings. I have no idea where you get these feelings. Like, why do you keep on talking about feelings?
Okay, tell me, why is something good?
There are things which a reasonable, logical human being recognizes is good. You recognize that not being in pain is good. That's a recognition. That is a intelligent recognition. That's not a feeling.
So, you don't believe that because, for example, when I lift weights, I am in pain, but it feels
Okay.
but I know it's for good, and I want to be in pain.
Right. It's not about your feelings. It's about you recognizing things intelligently. You keep on going back to feelings, and
No,
I like.
Okay. Why do I want to have muscles?
Because you want greater capacity to do things, and you want to be healthy and capable.
Why do I want those things?
You recognize. So there is an actual recognition which generally we have of the good versus the bad. And yes, that is completely based on our godly soul. The godly soul gives you a capacity to recognize that which is good. This is one of the first things I talked to you about. I'm like, it's Friday afternoon. You could be going into a bar, getting drunk, taking a girl, taking her home, having all the fun in the world, yet you're here at a synagogue. Why? Because you have a godly soul which recognizes good versus bad. And it's not just about physical enjoyment and pleasure. It is about an actual godly soul which endows you with the capacity to know good versus bad.
Right, but I would say those come down to feelings.
No, it's not feelings, because if it was just feelings, you would be balls deep in some girl.
No.
Yes.
No, because I'm realizing the end result of those feelings. I would see
You're
that.
realizing, yes, because you have a godly soul which has a capacity to recognize that which is good and eternal.
Right, but I'm not saying I'm not having a sort of logical argument. I'm just saying, well, I'll feel bad. I will feel
Okay, again,
good.
so
I
again, so you keep on moving to things which are other than what I am talking about. John Vervaeke actually talks a lot about this. He says, how do you know, when you're looking for something, if you don't already know it, how do you know when you find it?
Yes, relevance, realization.
Right. And the fact is that I think the only good answer to that is your godly soul. It is that spark of godliness which calls out to that which is true, and you have it within you.
Okay. Can someone just tell them the Izot problem and eventually get down to axioms? Like, oh my gosh,
I'm the one who's constantly talking about the is-ought problem.
Right,
You
but
cannot derive an ought from an is.
right. So having a soul does not make it so that you suddenly are able to. Because all you're saying is, I have an internal set of feelings.
No, not feelings.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
It is a
You have
recognition.
rationalization. No, okay. If you felt no feelings, like if you had no
Yeah.
feelings, right? Then you wouldn't really be able to say any of those things. Like you wouldn't care.
You should probably actually spend the time to listen to the Tanya classes, the Tanya discussions that I have
Talk
with
about
Ben.
that, but I think I've at least looked into a little bit of philosophy.
Yeah, philosophy. This is not philosophy. This is theology.
This is philosophy.
No, it's theology.
We're talking about can you have.
We're talking about souls.
We're talking about the epistemological basis.
No.
Yes. This is literally what I'm talking about.
I am telling you that your epistemology, when it comes to ethics, has to start with your godly soul.
Okay. So does it got okay? Is my godly soul the same as God?
It is a reflection of God.
So, if I'm a Gentile,
yeah,
God only says 7 things are going to put me into a bad place, correct?
No. God had your connection to your soul is to 7 particular manifestations of God's will.
Okay. 7 particular ones.
Manifestations of God's will, yes.
Right. So if I break, let's say, I mix fabrics as a Gentile.
That's not part of God's will for you, that you should not do that. Although actually, so mixing, that gets complicated. Let's talk about eating pork.
Yeah.
It is not part of God's will that you should not eat bacon. Although, if you're like, hey, pigs are intelligent, and I don't think it's good for us to be raising pigs in factory farms and stuff, and that's cruel and stuff, and so I won't eat pork. That's still part of you recognizing the godliness in the world.
Okay, there we go. So some people are able to use their soul to be able to make that recognition, and some aren't. Or some just say, yeah, I don't really care that much about, I don't believe that animals are equal to humans, and I'm willing to just murder them. That's fine with me. where's the rational soul going wrong? Both people can be completely convinced of both these positions. But if the rational soul was given by God and grounded in God, it should only guide us to one answer.
No, that's not true.
Why?
Because different people are in different circumstances.
Okay. So
different people have different relationships with God.
with the good.
With God.
Okay. With God. But breaking those 7 Noahide laws will be bad for all the Gentiles.
For all people.
For all people.
Yes.
Okay. That's the difference I am making, is that basically you're saying for some people it's sort of arbitrary, everything outside the 7 Noahide laws, right? And some people will be guided to that answer and some people won't be guided to that answer. So it doesn't really seem consistent that it makes sense that is sort of an objective morality. That seems just like a subjective morality outside the 7 Noahide.
Outside, right. So exactly. So
right.
Each person, like, there are things which are objectively true for everyone, and some things which are only true for some people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's the
So
problem?
what I'm saying is the whole R word thing, you know, like some people could be okay with it. Like some people could say, well, it's not against the 7 Noahide laws. I'm not really affected by it and could just do it.
What R word? Retard?
Right.
Oh. I don't know about that. I mean, again, I have to seriously think about that. But like
Like unless you're doing it in Aristotelian ethics or you're doing some sort of evolutionary argument for morality, which could work. Which
I'm doing neither. I am saying morality ultimately comes from God. But because
But if
morality
God
comes
is
from
arbitrary-
God, it's not arbitrary.
No, wait, hold up. You said that the subjective experience makes it so that some people are going to make different rational decisions outside of the 7 Noahide laws.
Right.
So they could both come to a decision that one thing one person would say is good, another person would say is not good.
Right.
Yeah. So I would say that that's sort of like arbitrary, depending on the event.
It's not arbitrary, no.
Okay, so if I set up certain events in your life, you would then agree that pork is bad, and then if I set up different events in your life, they would then say that pork is.
That's true. That's like, yes, your life is contextual. What's wrong with that? That's not arbitrary. Context is not arbitrary. Context is nuance and context and complexity.
No, because it's saying that you could put different parts in, and
yes, different.
2 plus 2 will always equal 4. It's not going to arbitrarily equal 5.
And 2 plus 3 equals 5.
Yes.
Not everything has the same answer. Different equations have different answers.
But they are leading to the same result. I could do
right.
mathematics. I could do mathematics any day of the week,
yeah.
right? And get a similar result. That isn't the truth of humans.
What do you mean?
Hold up. If someone were to rationally think of it, right? We're saying with a rational soul. We're not saying experiences. We're not saying that you had a bad blah 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 or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. We're saying that if somebody thought deeply on this, they should be guided to the answer immediately.
For them, different people have different things apply to different people.
Right. So I'm saying that if you're saying morality is different for each other person, you're no longer saying it's objective but subjective. And I would say subjective and arbitrary are sort of the same thing.
Again, you are deliberately simplifying things to the point where you find them objectionable.
I'm trying to make a syllogism, and this is the easiest way to make a syllogism.
What's the syllogism?
If are not, if people are imbued with a rational soul, and we say rational is meaning that everybody can think of it, then everybody should come to the same moral decision.
You are stuck in a Protestant egalitarianism, which is patently false.
No, I'm like, I need an actual philosopher on here because they would be so right. They'd be like, Trey, you got it. At the very least,
No.
maybe I'm using the word arbitrary incorrectly, but
You are creating an egalitarianism which is patently false.
Okay.
Different people have different capacities, and therefore different things pertain to their souls.
Okay, so let's say there's one tribe in the Congo, right? For example,
Yeah.
what they do as a culture is, let's say they're cannibals, right? They only
Okay.
eat dead people, right?
Yeah.
And another place in another area says that's wrong because
Okay.
they've come to some socio blah blah blah. Then
Yeah.
that's wrong, right?
Okay.
Would you say that that is objective morality, or do you say that's subjective morality?
It depends, and this is part of why Vervaeke is right to talk about the transjective, because this
Wait. Question.
dichotomy between objective and subjective that you're making is inherently false.
Okay, no, wait. I got a question. I asked the wrong question. So would you say that the person in the tribe who is a cannibal is correct in their morality, but as well as the person who says, no, I don't want to eat humans, is also correct in their morality? Are they both correct?
I don't believe they are both correct, but that's because I think ultimately there's something that is true for both that makes it ultimately. So I don't. Okay, it's midnight.
I'm just gonna read it. Subjective morality means that principles are variables based on individual experience, personality, and other factors. Objective morality refers to a universal set of principles that determine right and wrong, regardless of who you are and what your beliefs are. I mean,
and as Vervaeke very correctly talks about, this dichotomy between the objective and the subjective is ultimately false. There is such a thing as the transjective that he talks about.
There are. I mean, I think philosophy is different, but okay.
Well, philosophy ultimately fails, which is why you have to start with theology. Okay, I am going to end this because it's late and I'm tired, and like this is getting way too deep.